Mayor Council, just to know, AEP replaced a power pole yesterday, and so it kind of threw some things off here. We've been working to get everything back up today.
That's good, okay. Okay, welcome everyone. You're fine. We call this meeting to order. It is 10:04. Okay. And let the record reflect that we do have quorum. Okay. And we will move to agenda item number 2. We will have our invocation led by Pastor Craig Blakeslee. I'm so sorry, I hope I said that correctly. Okay.
Good morning.
morning.
Let's join our hearts together, and I want to share as a part of this invocation, not just praying, but also just a really precious. Am I still there? Hello?
The mic.
Check, test. Okay.
There
Good.
you go.
Going into a meeting, going into a time to interact with one another and to share, that you would, like I try to do, seek God's wisdom. The Bible says that if any single person here, Father, for many have been called to lead the community, others to work within the community, that as we live and we work and we play together, that we would remember, Father, that you love each of us and that we could love each other. That we remember we are precious to you and that we could look at each other in that attitude. You've created us with different gifts and talents and skills and abilities. Help us this morning that we could best utilize those. Help our leaders especially. As they're meeting and interacting, that God, they would even ask this question. Not necessarily how do we fix this, or not even what would be best, but God, what we need to learn from it and what might need to change because of what we're learning. And God, maybe even it's who do we need to listen to today? Or who is it that we need to best help? And that, God, you would unite us in those efforts. Remind us, God, today that, especially our leaders, that in the middle of a busy, busy world, in a noisy, noisy world, that they're not only leaders, but they're also servants. And that help them with the best of their ability, God, even though it requires sacrifice often, to have the strength, to have that kindness and humbleness to be able to lead well. And we thank you, God, that you'll direct them with your wisdom to do it, that it'll be for the common good of all of us. So grant each person here today with your wisdom, and God, your courage to know how to use it, to what's best. And Father, may each person speak well. Speak when it's time to speak, listen when it's time to listen. That there would be just beautiful patience and respect here today. That, God, there would be even times to be building up one another, to applaud one another, to show how much one another is appreciated. We know, God, it's hard sometimes with our mouth. So as I close this prayer, this invocation, I pray this, God, that you would help us, Father, to not let any unwholesome words come out of our mouths, but only what is helpful to build up one another according to our needs, so that it may benefit, it may bless those who listen. I thank you for all of this. I thank you, God, for your love for us. In the name of Jesus, we thank you for our community. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
Direct our attention to the flag, please. Remove your hats. Pledge allegiance
To the
Flag of the United States of America
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come here every day.
That was a good prayer. Okay. And before moving on to agenda item number 3, which is our public comments, I just wanted to mention, I'm not sure if you do want to speak in reference to a specific agenda item, you're welcome to wait for that agenda item, or you're welcome to speak during public comments, whichever. I'll call you up. If you do want to wait for the agenda item, then just let me know, and we'll wait for that. Okay? So we do have a few people that would like to speak to council, before council. Let me see. Okay. There is one that says does not wish to speak, but wants to make, let them know that they're in support. Madeline Webb from 1801 Clear Drive, in reference to the cell tower agenda item number 7.8 and 7.9. Says they do not want to speak, but however, please record my support. So we'll have the record reflect that. Thank you. And then we have Consuelo Connie Alvarado at 1702 Josephine Drive. Let's see. I wish to speak in opposition of this item. I do not wish to speak. However, she wanted to have her voice noted in opposition. Okay. And then we have Mr. Jason Garcia. And you do want to speak to the agenda item? Okay. When we get to that, then I'll call you. Thank you. And that's 7.8 and 7.9, correct? Okay. Okay, so having that read, then we'll move on to council comments, starting with Mr. Beltran.
I have nothing.
Mr. Molina?
No comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, just glad to see everybody here and stay safe and God bless y'all.
Mr. Garza?
During the last meeting afterwards, I was in an accident and I received a lot of outpour from the community, prayers and thoughts, and I just wanted to thank everybody for all the kind words. And as you can tell, we're in a bit of a heat wave right now. In the next 10 days, we're looking at over 100-degree weathers. So if you're outside, please stay hydrated, keep an eye on your animals, and stay safe, everybody.
Thank you. And I know we had a few events, and just want to thank the community. And there was a little celebration at the True Light Baptist Church here in Alice for Juneteenth. Thank you for the invite. We really enjoyed visiting. And then I know for all the fathers out there, we missed the Father's Day, but happy Father's Day. I hope y'all had a great Father's Day. And welcome, everyone. I'm glad to see everyone here. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, city manager staff reports. Mr. Esparza?
Yeah, I don't have anything on there right now. We just have a presentation from Bill Norris will be part of that.
Okay. Okay. Then we'll move on to our presentations. 5.1, presentation from Bill Norris with Norris Leal LLC. Welcome.
Feels funny to say good morning and to see you.
I know.
So, thank you, Mayor and council members. You should have a report in your packet. Just kind of go through real quickly. And for that, I guess we have new council members, and congratulations, welcome. And feel free to give me a call anytime you're looking at, want an update on something, because I know we've been doing this for a couple of years now, if not longer than that. So just kind of go through the list here. Texas Water Development Board, we continue to have our meetings on a monthly basis with them, which will happen this tomorrow, as a matter of fact. One of the things that we have to do is do the environmental information document, which was a public hearing. I think it was on the May 18th, and we sent the final report on May the 22nd. They take 90 days to review. They reviewed it pretty quickly, got some comments back, and we sent comments back to them. And if you would go to the second page, what's important about this is we can't do really any groundbreaking. They won't reimburse for any engineering until this has been approved. So if you see on the attach, I put an arrow there that it appears that we should have their approval by the end of July, first week or two in August. And so that kind of gives them the go-ahead to release funds for construction. Even though 7 Seas is a P3 operator, they're the private financer for the plant, they still have to adhere to the funds that the city gets for the rest of the project. So they can't even break ground, even though it's not public funds that is constructing that part of the process. So while this, you've got a private entity and a public entity that can't move at the same pace, but they're forced to do that as well, just from the restrictions associated with the grant funds and the loan funds. But it's pretty exciting that they reviewed it in the first week, so maybe we get that, and that's not so much long lead time item anymore. So we've got our plans to TCQ, Water Development Board, for review of the electrical, which is well number 1, which is under a categorical exclusion, so they allowed us to go ahead and do that before the EID was done. So we're good there. The plan is, according to the schedule, is to meet 7C's schedule, which is pretty much rushing along, even though we don't have full approval. It's kind of like hurry up, but don't hurry up. And so, but we're in the hurry up mode, even though, if that makes any sense, and they can't give us official approval to do anything, or they won't reimburse anything until such time in July or August. But we are moving forward to be ready to go in July and August to start construction. So the date for 7Cs is, we don't have that on our schedule. This is our schedule for meeting the amount of time that's required for them to do their project. They anticipate end of March of 2024. And that's where our deadline is, to try to work backwards to make sure that we meet that deadline. So that's the date we're all shooting for, at March of next year. And that would be the first well. The second well would come online sometime after that, because we're not allowed to start construction on that well until after the approval of the environmental information document. So permitting is, for the discharges, is just a signature away from the TCQ. So we've done all the long lead time items that have been what appears to delay the project, but there's really not much you can do to speed up the regulatory process. And so we're moving along, and I won't go through, you can read these, but the main thing is kind of the time schedule that we're going through. And we continue to have weekly meetings with 7Cs, the staff here on operations, and our part as the engineer overlooking for the city. So that's a weekly process. We meet on Thursdays. You're welcome to call in and enjoy the festivities as we do. And but anyway, I'm here to answer any questions if you've got any, and I stand ready to answer any questions even after the meeting or beyond this for the new members, and I won't say old members, but the previous council members that have been here. So.
Council, Mr. Beltran, you have any questions?
I think the only question I have is to continue to have, I guess, better communication and understanding for myself at least. So I'll definitely be reaching out to you
Okay.
to give you the opportunity to explain, so that I can be able to explain to our constituents that
Certainly.
maybe have concerns. I guess one of the last things is, when do we turn this thing on?
Well, we're according to the schedule and 7Cs, March of 2024.
March of 2024.
It'll be a kind of what we call a soft start, because we won't have the second well probably by that time, but we will start the operation and start delivering water. That's the anticipated date.
So the water will be delivered
Correct.
if things go right.
And that's according to 7Cs, if that's what they can meet. I think their schedule is pretty aggressive, seeing that they can't start breaking ground until that time
Right.
as well. So.
Okay, that's all I got.
Mr. Molina?
So, sorry. What's the timeline on the second well?
So I don't have that on here, but the second well, we're going to go ahead and start the design. I've got a proposal from our groundwater hydrologist that he hasn't submitted to me yet. I would think that what I would like to do is go ahead and get that designed, approved, and start the bidding process before the environmental information document has been approved. I have to get that approved by Mr. Esparza, because he won't get reimbursed, or the city won't get reimbursed until after that time.
Okay.
And so I'll have to twist his arm to be able to do that in advance.
Okay.
And so that, from that standpoint, from that point, if we can bid it around July or August, probably could take 6 months to do. So it's not lagging far behind if we're
This July?
July of,
Next
excuse me, this July, and then have it in place probably by, I would say, hopefully in that same time frame of March or April.
Wow, okay.
Because we want to do a slow start of the plant anyway, so we wouldn't put 2 full wells to start putting that into the city.
Right.
So we're going to start with 1 well, and that gives us probably a 2-month lag, a recommended lag,
Got it.
not a delay.
Okay. And as far as that soft start, are you talking, like, what percentage are we gonna be, how we're gonna be blending from,
It'll be probably a 50-50.
okay. Okay. So then construction begins in September, and then we go online mid-March, more or
Right.
less? Okay. Okay, appreciate the update.
You
Thank
bet. And that's 7C schedule. I
No,
think
I
that's
know.
aggressive.
Yeah, we've
so
been-
That's not my schedule. We're just trying to meet
Sure.
what their written schedule is.
And then as far as that second well is concerned, I mean, it's not like reinventing the wheel. We've already punched that first well, so a lot of it's gonna be just kind of,
Right. Just adding, they're going to have the capacity already into the plant, so
okay.
it'll be just adding water to it.
Thank you for the update.
Mrs. Bowen?
Those are good questions. No, I appreciate you being here, and, we've had discussion before about a lot of this stuff, so I think I'm okay for right now. Thank you for all you
Okay.
do. Really appreciate it.
Certainly.
Mr. Garza?
Just like Mr. Beltran, we'll be getting in contact with you since I am one of the newer council members and getting more questions and information that way I can pass on to the constituents as well. But I do have one quick question. You keep mentioning that 7Cs, their agenda is quite aggressive. So assuming we miss our deadline of March 2024, are there any penalties to the city or anything like that, or?
I don't know that there would be a penalty associated with, because when I say we, they can't start based on the city's requirements and the water mountain board requirements, which and therefore is their requirement. They can't start. So I think we've just been working together to work through the system that has been given to us to make it happen. So I don't foresee any penalties at this point on either side.
Okay, perfect.
And I think Michael
Yeah.
or
And one thing maybe you can touch on the EID, and so on the first well, we did get a categorical exclusion from the environmental. Now, we were trying to get that on the second well in the whole project, because we're not acquiring any land. We're not going on any land that hasn't been, it's been disturbed. We're using the land that's behind our plant. And we tried several times, but they still require the EID to be completed. And that, is caused what I would consider a delay on the project, because, moving through this, even when Texas Water Development Board came down to visit the site, they saw the site that we're using. It's a site that we have pipe ready. We're utilizing that as storage, and so that area is considered disturbed area, and they still said, no, we still want you to do an EID on the whole project. And even the discharge, everything's already there. And so we had to, work through that. And that was something that we were hoping we would be able to get the categorical exclusion on the second part as well, but we didn't. And they were pretty adamant about not
I
allowing
think
that.
more related to how large a plant it was. If we were
Right.
just doing 10% of your capacity, they probably would have done it, but this is your major water supply project.
One thing, just for the future, I know that we haven't had an update on like the boron, or is that correct, that
Roaming?
it was boron, I think?
Boron.
Boron.
Yes.
And then just if you can touch on that, next time when you give us an update,
Certainly
or
will.
if you
know,
have
their-
something.
Their treatment process removes the boron. to-
We were gonna do an extra filtration or something,
Yes,
correct?
there's another train which cost the city about an extra 24 cents per thousand to take care of that.
Okay. The other thing too is just an update on what the plan is once we are ready to start blending and then getting that water through our pipes, like, what kind of reaction or would happen? What have we prepared for is what I
Yes,
kind of
and
want to.
that's part of the operations meetings that we're having with the staff is to go through the process of how we are going to blend.
Okay,
And we will probably make a report to the TCEQ, I think in July, when we finish up the permit, not the permit, but the approval process to put the water into the system, even though that's going to be 6 or 7 months before we ever do it.
okay, just
Certainly.
want to know, like, when it goes out to the residents and stuff.
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Norris? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our agenda item 5.2, presentation of Miss Alice Royalty. And what I'll do is I'll read their names, and then if you'll join me down on the floor to present with them a little. I always do this. Oh, it's over here on this side. Okay. So I would like to introduce our Miss Alice Royalty. If you'll step up as I call your name. Miss Alice, Texas, 2023, Elisa Rivera. And then we have Junior Miss Alice, 2023, Sierra Solis. And then we have Little Miss Alice, 2023, Jalen Lopez. And I want to thank these young ladies because they represent us, Alice, and I thank y'all for all the community involvement you have, the events you go to. Thank y'all so much. And council, if you'll join us in just giving. Thank you so much. We'll take the pictures.
You ready? 1, 2, and 3. There you go.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you for everything you do. Beautiful. Thank you. Let's give them a round of
Thank you, ladies. Good luck with your year. So it's been a whole year, right? Representing.
Thank y'all. Okay.
That's what happens when you hurt yourself.
We'll move on to agenda item number 6, consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the governing body so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and voted on separately. Okay. 6.1, discuss, consider, and act upon approval of city council minutes for May 10th, 2023, May 16th, 2023, and May 30th, 2023 city council meetings. 6.2, discuss, consider, and act upon approving a final plat for Alice Dollar General establishing one lot and one block containing 5.754 acres, being part of the Jose Maria Garcia 5 League Grant, abstract number 166, and being part of share number 4 of the Perkins, Presnall, Taylor, and McMaster partition as shown by plat of same record in Volume 1, page 32 of the map records of Jim Wells County, Texas, and being all of that certain called 5.163 acre tract described in deed from the estate of James H. White to the G. Leon Family Partnership Ltd. on July 26, page 2011, recorded in volume 1133, page 511, and being of that certain call 0.59 acre tract described in deed from Rafael P. Trevino, I lose my breath, and Elena Trevino to the Guadalupe Leon Family Partnership Ltd. on October 27, 2011, recorded in volume 1140, page 516 of the official public records of Jim Wells County, Texas, City of Alice, Jim Wells County, Texas, plat date April 11, 2023. 6.3, discuss, consider, and act upon approving a final plat for Humble Track Unit 2 being a plat of a 0.657 acre tract described in a deed recorded in file number 484275, official records of Jim Wells County, Texas, said 0.657 acre tract being out of a 19.74 acre tract described as tract 1 in a deed recorded in file number 472728. Official records of Jim Wells County, Texas, said 19.74 acre tract being out of lots 4 and 5, block 4, Adams Presnall Farm tracts, as shown on a map recorded in volume 1, page 12, map records, Jim Wells County, Texas. Okay. Council, if there's no discussion or consideration of taking any of these agenda items out, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to accept the consent agendas as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, individual consideration. 7.1, discuss, consider, and act upon adopting a resolution of the City of Alice adopting retirement criteria for employees who meet the eligibility for continuation of their medical and dental benefits through the age of 65 upon service retirement from the City of Alice, and whose combination of continuous years of service and age total the threshold as established by the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, what I have before you guys is periodically we lower the rule. We are currently at the rule of 95, and we lower it periodically to catch some people who have reached a certain level of service to be able to retire and still keep their insurance benefits till the age of 65. So for the longest time, we were at the rule of 80, and of course that lets people retire a lot younger and costs us quite a bit of money every year, and so we gradually moved it up to 90 and then to 95. And we haven't touched this item, I think, for 2 or 3 years. So this year, I'd like to bring it down to, instead of the rule of 95, to the rule of 90 for a certain period of time to be able to catch a few people that have been there for a while and still continue having their insurance benefits till they turn 65. And let me read to you what the rule is exactly. It's an employee who meets service retirement through TMRS, so they will have to have been there at least 5 years, and whose age plus consecutive years of service equal or exceed 95. I'm asking to put it to 90. And they'll be eligible for continuation of their medical and dental benefits through the age of 65. To give you an idea, if we had the rule of 80, like we had before, that and all those people who hit that would be about $150,000 a year fiscal exposure. By lowering it to about to keeping it at 90, that lowers it to an exposure of $64,000 a year. It catches some employees that have been here for 29 years, 38 years, 35 years, 33 years, 33 years, 34, 32, and one of 17. Not all of them actually have exposure because some of them already meet that 65 age. But what I'd like to do is offer this to those employees, lower it to the rule of 90, and extend that rule of 90 to be effective till 6 months from the start of the fiscal year. So if they hit the rule of 90 up until January 31st of '24, they're eligible to retire and continue their benefits. But we would need to have that determination by the end of the fiscal year, September 31st, for planning purposes. And so I'm asking for y'all's approval to go ahead and lower that rule from 95 to 90.
Council, any questions? Mr. Garza?
No.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Molina?
I'm good, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Beltran?
Good.
Mr. Esparza, you're asking for this to be,
I have some suggested language, Mayor,
sure.
that we move to adopt a resolution dropping the threshold for retirement of the City of Dallas employees to the rule of 90 from September 31st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024.
So that's for the 6 months?
Yeah, and after that time, then it goes back to rule of
It'll-
95.
Okay, that's what I wanted clarification.
Yes.
Any questions? Council? No? Okay.
What was the dates again, from September 20?
September 31st to January 1st, September 21st, or 31st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024.
If there's no further discussion or questions from council, I'll entertain a motion on this agenda item.
Mayor, make a motion to adopt the resolution as stated.
That was easy. I was going to read the whole thing.
I knew you would.
Second.
You knew I would.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, all opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to agenda item 7.2, discussion and possible action on status and update on city strategic and comprehensive plan. This is an agenda item that I wanted to put forth, and Mr. Garza was gracious to sponsor the agenda item. Thank you for that, Mr. Garza. This was basically just because I feel like in order for us to move on and succeed in economic development and so on with the city, I just wanted an update because I know council had given instruction about a year ago, I think it was, was it RFQs or RFP?
Yeah, to give you a little.
About the comprehensive.
In April of '22 is when you guys authorized that, and we awarded a contract December of last year and finalized it in March or April. And so we've engaged Humberto, and he's here to give an update.
An update? Okay.
Humberto Garza with Border Affairs LLC, to talk about where we are and how we're going to move forward with this.
And this is for comprehensive
Comprehensive master plan.
and, okay.
Which our last comprehensive master plan was from 2006.
Okay. Okay. And just one thing, and then would we consider, or are we considering strategic plan once we implement a comprehensive plan?
Yeah, that'll be part of the comprehensive master plan, will be the strategic plan on how we're going to carry out the
Okay,
objectives of the master plan.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Humberto Garza, President and CEO of Border Affairs LLC. I was taught not to speak too much about myself. That was rude. My mom told me that, but just give me 2 minutes so you can understand where I'm going with this. Michael and I have been talking about this comprehensive strategic plan since our firm got selected, and hopefully you'll understand where I'm coming from. I've been doing government for about 32 years. Every level of government, I've touched it. I've been in the state legislature for 2 sessions. I've done federal legislation for 4 years. I've been chief administrator for 2 county commissioners, for a county judge. I've also worked for the city of McAllen as a purchasing agent. And I also did some lobbying work for Doctors Hospital Renaissance in McAllen for about 3.5 years, federal and state legislation. Served in multiple boards, including the Metropolitan Planning Organization and the Council of Governments in the Rio Grande Valley, and the Wesco EDC. So I'm here to tell you that I'm happy to be here, and thank you for the selection. Congratulations to the new council members here, and I've been in government. I know what a tough job that is, and so, but I'm usually the guy behind the scene advising on policy for the elected officials. But I'm glad to be here, and I have our team has been working on what the 2 tall orders that Mr. Esparza, your city manager, gave us, and one of them was, let's start working on a comprehensive and strategic plan for economic development that includes every aspect of government funding that is not the cities, and that's the second one. Do what you have to do, but do it without our money. And so that was a tall order, but we've done it before, and that's why we're here. But I want to, since I've been here since we straightened out the details of the contract, I've become acquainted with this community more so. It also turns out that I also work for Jim Wells County, and I've gotten to know the community quite well. It was supposed to be a visit every 2 weeks here to Alice, but I've been coming here just about every week. And so I've spent some time visiting with the commissioners. I've spent some time visiting with the law enforcement community. I've visited with some members of the council of government, the local here. And all it is, and all this is a tool and a fact-finding mission that we have to put up front, or we have to get acquainted with in order to understand 2 things: your strength and your weaknesses. We can move forward. I cannot put a narrative together. I cannot tell the story unless I know the entire basis, the entire foundation of this community alongside the county. I also want to get to know the stakeholders. Who else I can incorporate into this story that we're going to be telling? Your council of government, your COGS, your nonprofits, folks that want to get involved or would like to get involved or don't even know that they should be involved. Well, we're going to do that too. We're going to attack those. So as I told Michael, we're going to do fact-finding, and I'm going to be in here, and if it's not me, it's 2 other folks that I've assigned this community. And we're going to get to know each and every one of you. We're going to get to know each and every one of your weaknesses and your strengths. And soon after that, we're going to be putting a game plan together for you. And all of this with not a single money for our firm. The contract that we structured is the one that Michael bent my arm backwards for, was that not unless I have something to bring forward will I be asking for a filing fee for that. Aside from that, our contract agreement with your city is the same one as the other cities. I don't get paid unless you get paid. So I'm going to be looking, it behooves me to get the work done. It behooves me to move on these matters. I'm not here like other consultants asking, and no disrespect to anybody. Everybody does their jobs differently, but the way we do it is we don't take your money unless we start working on something. So to give you that update, we spoke last week about the status of what we've been doing since, and so we're ready to keep moving forward. Any questions from you? I'd love to answer.
Council, Mr. Bendera?
Yeah, I guess the only thing that I love a good plan, and I like to see it come together. The only thing I ask is, I know we have long-term plans, and do we have short-term plans? Things that can be effective quickly in conjunction with the master plan of what we've got going on.
Absolutely. I think the good thing is here is that our firm, myself, I have 32 years in government. I see something that could be addressed. There could be some monies out there from GLO, from Texas, from TDEM, from the Office of the Governor. If there's something out there that is a quick fix for something, let's just put that into effect. I get paid if I submit. It behooves me to look at those sort of things. On the long-term plan, and there's a lot of folks doing this sort of thing, doing a long-term plan, painting the big picture, painting a portrait of what the community is. That's not what we do. What we do is we do that, but we incorporate a solution for the concerns and the challenges that you want to tackle on. How do we do, 10, 20 different, 30 different things that is going to stimulate a place that needs an economic drive? Well, then, most of those times, 9 times out of 10, those kinds of challenges and burdens come with a price tag on it. The last thing I want to do is burden your budget or ask Michael for money. So what I would love to do, what I want to do, is provide that holistic approach plus an area for solutions for that. How do we get those monies to address these challenges and these burdens for your community, for your city? Yes or no? That's a long answer to your question.
Mr. Molina?
I'm sorry, are you done? First, when you first started talking, my wheels were like, okay, what is this costing us? Because nobody works for free. But what are your fees?
I have a structure fee, pretending that I find something that I like for you, for your city. Then I come back to your city manager, and we created a pattern for this, a structure for this. Let's just pretend I find something that I want to do for you guys. Then I will have to create a work order. He's going to have to come present it to you and say, hey, this is what's going on, and this is how much the filing for this document is going to be. Let's just pretend that I find something, and the work on that particular grant is going to be, let's just say, $5,000 or $2,500. Let's just say that. So what I did is, with the help of Michael, and Michael put it in a way that we will divide that fee up in sections. The first one for the procedure to start on it, the second one to file it, and so forth and so forth and so forth. That way, we only take the amount of money that we need from your coffers so that we can get the grant going. So aside from that fee, and it's very minimal, aside from that fee, and you already know that at the end of the grant, I get a certain percentage of that, and we negotiated that way. That way, it behooves us, it behooves our team, and the people that I'm going to put to work. We take that from there. So we take a little bit just up front so we can file the grant, but I don't do it unless you give me permission to it. That work order is going to come into the city council. And then at the end, I get a certain percentage off of that grant.
So 2,500 to 5,000 to do an application, and then that's structured as we draw it down from that. So it's pretty inexpensive to get that done. But 3% to 5% once a grant comes in. So that's, unless we get a grant, then there's not going to be any larger numbers than that. And that was part of the negotiation with him. I guess my staff hears it a lot about, consultants and things like that. We need to hire people to be able to do these things, but I just don't like to hire somebody and it's just money going out and money going out. So I want, somebody to produce, and then we'll pay you.
Right.
And so that was part of the negotiations with Border Affairs LLC, and so that's where we are now. Also, just to touch on the master plan, and a master plan is going to have a lot of parts to it. Now, we're working off one from 2006. Mm-hmm. Now, 10 years is kind of a long time to have a master plan that's not updated. Now, if we were a place like New Braunfels, a place like Round Rock, Pflugerville, they've got to look at that every 3 to 5 years. People are just roaring into cities like that. So they need to update these things as they go. We're not an expanding city like those, so we can take our time, and do at least like 10 years before we have to update it. Now, why do we need it? A lot of things in a master plan are pretty much common sense. Mm-hmm. Our current master plan, we're doing a lot of things from there. We're replacing 2-inch lines in infrastructure. It's in our master plan. We've been working on the creeks, part of our master plan. Drainage, we got a $6.9 million grant for drainage, part of the master plan. The P&S Hospital got done. That's part of the master plan that we have. The Rialto, those things are part of a master plan that we're doing. And whether we had it or not, we would be doing it anyway. But it puts it in writing. But one of the things that it does for us is it allows us, when there's really competitive grants, we can show somebody that people looked at this and they looked at the master plan and it was justified, these things that you have in there. So we have what we call the Pintas drainage that needs to get worked on. it's in this master plan, but this is going to be a lot, an updated version of it. We need to go out for grants. We're going to do what we can for that drainage ditch that we have. It's certainly not as big as Lattice Creek on the south side. It doesn't hold that much water, but we need, and we've been cleaning it and doing some work to it, but we need to do something even grander to be able to get water to flow through there. That's something that would help us long-term, is having something like that in here. Improvements to our water plant, we've been doing that already. So there's a lot of things that are in here that are common sense, but we do need to have something done, and these things aren't cheap. And that's why, we don't need to be doing them all that often. I mean, they can run from $250,000, to $400,000 to get a full-blown plan, and that includes a strategic plan on how to accomplish these things as well. So we're at that point, from 2006 to now, that it's time to look at it and update it. And that's where we are. And it does take some time. And it's not just me, it's not just you individually. It's us and it's the stakeholders in the community helping decide where, what do we need to look at and where do we want to go? Because part of this is part of our future as well. And some things don't happen. The TERS is in here. We created some TERS. We've had 3 already. Now, in larger cities that are, that are expanding, those things work pretty easy and pretty well. Here, it's been a struggle, but that's also in the master plan. So there's a lot of things that are here that, I look at this, at least once a week. I'm going through there to see what are we doing and have we done some of these? And a lot of it is yes, we're getting them done. But it is a pretty big task and a big project to make it happen.
Mrs. Bowen, any question?
What's he done? I'm sorry. Were you
Mr. Molina, you were
Just
done?
no indifference.
Oh, I'm
I just,
sorry.
it sounded like a blank check we were talking about here, and I'm just kind of like, but I appreciate you coming in, Mr. Garza. Thank you.
One more thing to add to your question, and this, Michael and I have discussed this, is that most of these grants, I'll say it to you, most consultants don't. I'll say it to you, most of these grants, they have an administrative fee in there. They have a fee in there to put back money in case you pay me that money to file this thing, or they have money in there so that they can put that $5,000 back into your coffers. So that is also in the grants and so forth. And again, the goal here, I hope you understand that I'm not going to be writing this plan. I can't do that.
Right.
I need a team of professionals who have been doing that sort of thing for 50, 60 years, who do metropolitan planning, who do that on a big scale, who can paint that picture and that narrative. It's my job to get the money for those folks to come in here and help us out for our next 20, 30, 40, 50 years of
That was
planning
going to
for
be
the
one of
city
my
of Dallas.
questions, so I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not me, it's getting you the money to get this team of people here.
This is the first time we go through something like this, so.
Right.
Kind of ask some questions. Appreciate it. Thanks,
Yes.
Sandra.
Thank-
Right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. Michael, in my first term, I brought this up to you because I felt that it would help in the grant process as well for our city. And you explained that. Thank you for all that. And for pushing this forward as well, working on it. You mentioned that you'll go out in the community with these nonprofits and other organizations and all that. I'm looking forward to hearing back from the constituents what they feel our community needs are. But what are we looking at as a time frame for the completion
This
of
is
all this?
this
I
is
know-
long term. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you there's something right around there isn't. This is long term. The fact finding it takes a long time to understand the potential partners that I would like for you to set up an interlocal with, whether that be nonprofits, whether that be other communities, whether that be other cities, whether that be other folks within the government entity here that we can bring in. The federal government and the state government love regional approaches. They love teamwork. They love to know that every single stakeholder in that particular area is involved. That gets us higher, but that gets our application and higher in the stack. So that takes time. And if I could do this every day, I think we'd probably do it in about 6 months, but I don't have every day.
Right.
But I would love to say that it's going to take me about those, because we have Zoom technology and all these other things. I'm a little bit old school. I like the handshake and I like to see people face to face. So I'm going to be here a lot and I'm going to be looking at those things.
Okay.
The best part about it is that I'm already here in Jim Wells County, so I'm already doing work with the judge. And I'm sure you already know what I'm about to say. He's very bold, very aggressive. and those E's guys give me a lot of marching orders. So we're already started 2 months ago. So I would say that the fact finding is probably going to take about 6 months.
About 6
And then
months.
putting together a good plan for an application to EDA or
Mm-hmm.
anybody that's going to listen to us and going to say that is something good for that community because of XYZ, ABC, and
Right.
whatever letters we can put in there into that narrative, then that is probably going to take anywhere between 6 to 8 months for the application process.
Okay, good deal. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Garza?
I've got a two-part question. Michael sort of touched on some of the things already, but for the community at large that doesn't keep up with local politics and has no idea what a strategical plan versus a master plan, is there a way to explain that to everybody just so they can understand what the differences are and what their jobs are? Or
I have a little something I wanted to touch on since you brought that up. That kind of tells you a little bit of what is a strategic plan versus a comprehensive plan, if that's what you're kind of,
right, just so the general public can understand exactly what we're talking about as
Yeah.
to what is what.
the difference between I'm going to read this off of one of the sites that I researched. The difference between a strategic plan and a comprehensive plan. No more questioning whether you need to make a strategic plan or comprehensive plan. A local government comprehensive plan is a long-term planning document outlining the vision, goals, and strategies for the fiscal and the physical, economic, and social development of your community. It's a guide for decision-making and policy development, encouraging the growth and development of your area to be aligned with its values and priorities. More than a zoning map, more than a downtown plan, more than a housing plan, these plans encompass everything. On the other hand, you have a local strategic plan, the shorter-term planning document that outlines specific actions and resources needed for you to hit the goals and objectives outlined in the broader overarching plan. It focuses on implementation of specific programs and projects while typically being reviewed and updated on a more regular basis. They have suggested 5 years to remain relevant and effective. This, let me see. And then local government strategic plan. A strategic plan enables your community to implement goals and objectives outlined in the broader master plan in a timely and effective manner. It provides a roadmap for achieving these goals, and it helps different departments, agencies, and stakeholders in and around the area to coordinate their efforts. This type of plan helps monitor and track progress towards achieving the goals your municipality has outlined. It provides metrics and benchmarks that you'll use to measure progress, and it helps identify any challenges or roadblocks that may be preventing goals from being achieved. Building one of these helps allocate resources effectively by outlining specific actions and resources needed to achieve the community's goals and strategic plans. Make sure the resources are being used in the most effective and efficient manner possible. Another benefit of having a plan with a shorter lens is that it helps adapt to changes and challenges that may arise over time. By reviewing and updating the plan, your community remains relevant and responsive to changes, circumstances, and needs. In short, while a comprehensive plan provides a long-term vision and framework for decision-making, a strategic plan helps your municipality gather and facilitate resources to achieve its goals in a timely and effective manner. Both are important tools for local governments working hand in hand to help everyone achieve the overall vision and goals. I hope that helps a little bit to kind of clarify.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Did that help?
Oh, yes, yes.
In simple terms, pretend, I'm thinking most of you have children. Pretending that child is born. There's no handbook. There's no playbook here. There's no handbook. It's Go as you learn. And there's going to be tons of mistakes. And there's going to be lots of successes. But pretending that you want to have that child in a university by the time that child is 19 years old with a scholarship, how do you do that? Well, you raise the child, you feed it healthy foods, you try as best as you can is keep it away from harm, you try to keep it away from illnesses and germs and so forth and this and that. The first 3 years is just trying to keep up with that person living. It's similar to that. The next, you focus on school and academic. Where do I put this kid in the best school possible with the best teachers and so forth and this and that? Why don't I put also this child in gymnastics? That way it can develop its legs. Because I'm seeing that this child could be an athlete and so forth. And you got to feed it more healthy foods. And you got to keep track of all its growth. You have to keep track of that child growing, what it's learning physically, how its body is developing. Same issue. There's no plan for this. You just have to do it on your own because of the love and care nature that you have inside you for this particular child. Well, it's kind of tough when you look at your city as a child, but it really is. How do you get from point A to point Z? All these letters in between. How do I get to that scholarship? Well, if we had something that tells us, put the child in gymnastics, put the child in dance, put the child in every track meet, give the child tutoring, give the child sort of for this and that, those are laid out for you, and you say, well, I think that may work for my child, I think that may not. Community is very different. It's almost similar, but if you have a plan from point A to point Z, all the way to that diploma, and that goal is to get that child into that university, it's easier. It's not 100% guarantee, but it's easier to get there to where you want to be with that set of rules and guidelines and policies and looking at the weaknesses and strengths that the mayor just said. It's similar to that. It's a lot of maintenance, a lot of looking at what you have and what you don't have and how you can get what you want. It's something like that.
I got you. So it's just basically almost a wish list where you want to get these things done, and if we can, we can, and we can't, we can't kind of.
That's true, and that's the easy part. The hard part, how do we pay for all that?
Yeah.
And
And that's where you come in
that's
your
where I come in.
company, is you would be finding the grants to help us
Correct.
repair whatever we
That's
need
correct.
in our.
I will find you that tuition money. I will find you that ballet class. I will find you that.
And I'm just curious, with the years that you've been working with us, what have you found so far? And what are you working on now?
We're working in with 10 other clients that are asking, 3 of them are asking the same thing that you're asking here. And we've done it before. We've been successful for some of the short-term stuff. But now we're thinking big-term, and those take longer. And
Like which projects?
some of
would
the
you say?
challenges that we have is we have new folks that get voted in, and then they have to learn this system that we've created for
I
the
think we're
past
getting
2
kind
years.
of off of where, I wanted to
Okay.
focus on our comprehensive and strategic plan. And we're kind of mixing it up, but, I mean, essentially, it is planning. So I apologize, I don't
You're
want to
fine.
get off, just if you have any.
No, that's all right. That's all right then. I got
You
you.
can call me.
Huh?
My cell phone's on that.
Yes, no, absolutely, I will.
And you've said we've contracted you, we've signed a contract with you already
Yes.
to find grants?
To find grants, and
Okay.
what Michael and I talked about is
Okay,
we left the scope available for other little things that could pop up that you need my help with. I'll be glad to help you with those things.
okay, so kind of this agenda item was more to get an update on where we're at with.
Sorry for going on.
You're fine. For finding out where we're at, status update on a comprehensive plan. Basically, we haven't really done anything at this point. We're at the stage of,
Fact finding.
well, a comprehensive plan is I don't know if there's grants out there that will help with funding since it is an expensive plan. I don't know how much that costs to update a plan, but the plan is encompassing everything. It's not, let's do this little master plan. Those are strategic, incorporated in strategic plans from my understanding. But anyhow, I just want to know, where are we? We have a 2006 comprehensive plan we've been talking about for 2 years now. And I just kind of wanted to get an update to let me know, have you found out cost? Are there grants available? And, how are we moving forward in that?
That's why we hired a firm to be able to get a grant. I don't think that we would want to spend our money to do that. So, to give you an example, and it talks about, so our current master plan talks about the alternate water source that we're working on too. Also on the airport.
But comprehensive plan is different from because there's master plans that are incorporated into.
Comprehensive master
into
plan, that'll be everything, including a strategic plan to carry out what the master plan says. Now, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that would need to get updated more often than a comprehensive master plan because the economy changes. It changes for us. I mean, we've had a couple of ups and several downs, and so those change quite often. But there is funding for these because I don't think we're
We're
expected
still trying to find
funding for it.
funding to try to update the comprehensive plan is basically where we're
And
at.
sometimes
right now.
there's EDA grants for that, similar to, give you an example, so at the airport, we have an airport layout plan, we just got that updated. FAA pays for that to get updated. And our master plan talks about updating at the airport, so it kind of a puzzle piece that fits. And so we finished our airport update layout plan, and as we're getting funded from there.
Yeah, and I'm okay. I mean, I know, and I thank you for everything you've done without a comprehensive plan that's updated. And I see that you're going, because I've mentioned it before. We had presentations in the past from other, city managers, and they showed, and you followed that. You've done that. But I was just kind of wanting a more updated comprehensive plan with the strategic plans incorporated. Now, I know we're limited on funding and stuff, so right now we're at the stage of still seeking some type of funding.
Yeah, I mean, I know we don't have the funds to try to do that on our own budget. And if you guys wanted to do that,
Yeah.
you certainly can, and then we'd go a different route. We'd be hiring an RFQ for hiring people already.
Yeah.
But we're trying to get money from outside sources to do that,
Yeah.
to be able to not spend our money that we're using for all other things like infrastructure and things of that sort. So,
I think
yeah.
it just helps as a guide, but I mean, I just wanted an update. It's not to go out and spend $450,000. That's not, we want to be common sense, and I know council is very cautious about spending taxpayer money, so.
Well, is it broken? My question.
Our master plan?
Is something broken? Because we've gone 17 years without having to do anything.
No, my take on it, the reason we need it is because we want it, and this is what I was getting on the airport. Let me give you an example of what happens at the airport. So we had an outdated layout plan. We were able to get approval to just update that, okay, from TxDOT. Now, we're a general aviation airport, so we don't get money directly from FAA. We get non-primary entitlement funds. Those channel to TxDOT, and then they come to us. And so we can allocate that, but there's an approval process. So anything at the airport is usually kind of monitored through TxDOT, almost everything there. And then FAA after that. But we update our airport layout plan. We know there's a need for our hangars are full, and there's T hangars that are expensive, box hangars that are expensive. There's Quonset hangars, which is what we got approval to get done. As we're going through the approval process, the TxDOT Aviation, our rep, says, okay, well, why do you need a Quonset hangar? Well, our airport, or why are you putting it in a certain spot? Our airport layout plan calls for it because we had an engineering consultant create that. That was completely paid for by the FAA. But we need that to be able to tell them that we need that money to be able to put it here, and it works. So, yeah, we can do that without having all that. We know where our layout's going to be, but we're not the experts in airports. There's engineers that do that, so they put it in writing, they seal it, and they say, yeah, this is how it's going to be. I really don't like the way that works, but it's how it works. And so for here, it's the same thing. We'll update this plan, because somebody out there is going to, engineers included, are going to seal some things on here and say, this is what you need, even though some of it's pretty common sense. But as we apply for grants, it helps us.
So are
because we
you,
have something there.
yeah.
Got it.
Oh, okay, for an updated comprehensive plan, it helps with getting receiving grants. Okay, but you technically feel like we don't really need one.
Oh, I mean,
I'll be honest.
we're
Let's be honest.
we're a
Just tell me.
small city. I mean, a lot of the stuff on here, we know, we don't have to look at it to know what we need to do.
Right.
But long-term, as you know, as we apply for grants, big grants, we need to have something in writing that somebody's certified that says, yeah, you need this.
Does the
Right.
county have one? Dumb question, but,
But no.
I'm sorry? Okay. That's all, and we just have a lot of questions because.
And that's why for us, if we're gonna update this, I wouldn't come and say, hey, let's budget $350,000 for an updated comprehensive master plan with strategic plan in it that includes parks, downtown, all that. No, I mean, we do a lot of things already
Already.
that are in here, so
They have
I
one,
want,
but it's old.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Old, very, very old.
Got it.
Like, let's find somebody who's gonna give us money to do it, like the EDA or other, government agencies that say, yeah, we fund master plans. Great, let's do that. So we won't use our taxpayer.
So you're saying they have one, but they haven't updated theirs? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I got it.
And this is coming from a lot of our citizens, saying, what are we doing with our streets? What are we going to do with the infrastructure? And this is where it's coming from, because this helps us to plan, and it does a forecast, and then we do our strategic plans. But, it's just something I think that we need a guide, whether it's silly or not, or it's not common sense or not. I just feel that, but,
Yeah, the guide is
explain
good
that.
because it puts some things in writing. That's why, like the one that we have right now, I mean, there's things in there that we check off. I mean, the alternate water supply, the airport updates.
And I've always
things like
said,
that.
this is not a reflection on you. I mean, you've inherited, when you came on, an aging infrastructure. We all know that. And that's everywhere we go. Every city we go to, that's their number one concern. But I'm like that. I want to see it. I want to be able to build from it. But if it's something that we can do and be able to build upon and move forward and have a plan in place, because it seems like sometimes it's a break over here, a street over here, and then we could do this one, and we're not able to ever focus, okay, we've got this, we got our asphalt zipper, we have this. What do we need? Council, this is what we need, and this is how we can start doing these streets. But anyhow, I mean, just, that's what I kind of wanted to see anyways, on a strategic and comprehensive plan. And definitely if we're able to find funding for it, so,
Challenge
thank you.
accepted. Challenge accepted.
Find it.
Now, I'm curious though, on our planning, are we
No more questions.
taking the initiative and funding some of these repairs? Or are we looking for grants to cover everything?
It's a combination. I mean, so, to give you an example, right now, we're working on the Pintas drainage. So, we had a kickoff meeting with our staff. We're trying to get one of the goals that I have for that's on here. It just talks about, the widen it and things of that sort. So it's not completely making it what this plan would say, but I'd like to have footing on both sides of that Pintas drainage. We can only, on some areas, we can only mow one side because we can't get equipment in there. We don't have proper easements. These are things that are, 5 years ago, we cleaned that whole drainage ditch completely, but there's areas we just can't go. We hired a person with a boom, a track hoe with a boom, a mulching boom, and cleaned all of it. Now, right behind Highland and Freer Place, there's not any access on the west side there, so we need to do that. And there's other areas where we have limited access, so we're doing what we can from regular funding to go ahead and clean what we can, but there's gonna be a point where we can only do so much. But my goal is to do what we can with our resources to clean it completely. We've done that in Lattice Creek also. The funds that we have that come in, we try to utilize them as best we can. We hired another mulching guy that has a mulcher in front to clean that creek also. It hadn't been cleaned in a long time. And so these are things that we do just in the course of regular business.
Okay. Any other questions?
I want to commend Michael. I appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right,
Thank
so.
you, Mr. Garza.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Appreciate it, Pa.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you
Hopefully
very
you find
much.
some funding for many, many projects, so,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Any excuse?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
thank
of
you.
course.
Safe
Okay.
travels.
So moving on, there's no action or anything on this agenda item. 7.3, discussion and possible action on water towers throughout our city, possibly collaboration to clean maintenance plan, painting and update on our cement water tower, maintenance, possible repairs and painting of our water tower. And I know you've been working on this too, so
Yeah,
just wanted an update on this.
Sure. And I've got Demetrio, Director of Public Works, to talk about some of these as well. But on the concrete water tower, we did two studies back in 2020, just memo reviews. We utilized two engineering firms, and for the most part, it needs to get repaired. The concrete water tower needs to get repaired. They said, 5 years or so, you've got about 5 years before really more deterioration occurs. We've talked about it as far as utilizing that you guys allocated hot funds for that, and we would utilize that as a signage or any kind of tourist type of information on that. So that's allocated, hadn't been spent at all. We haven't done anything with that end yet, because we need to come back with an idea that you guys will vote on and agree on how to move forward with that. So that's, in the process of coming together. And ultimately, yeah, we've got the two options, which are, repair it or demolish it. And I don't think the demolishing it was, doesn't seem to sit well with a lot of people and with you guys also throughout the years, different councils. There's funding there to be able to do something, and that'll be an agenda item that's going to come forward. On the other water towers, we've been working on those, and the AWA owns some, Alice Water Authority, and we own some. I think, they haven't been painted in a long time. They need some TLC. And Demetrio's going to touch about what we've done, and also some planning that we've done as far as long-term regular maintenance. But you want to talk about where you are now with ice engineering and those things?
Yes, sir. Mayor, council, good morning.
Good morning.
As read, it's a two-part agenda item. City Manager Esparza touched on the latter. I just want to touch a little bit on that as well. Just a little history. The tank was built back in 1927. It stands 160 foot tall. I believe it still is the tallest concrete water tower in the world. So if that's still a fact, you'll find that in the Guinness Book of World Records. The tank itself stands 33 foot tall. The remainder is of the 160 is the structure, the legs. As Mr. Esparza mentioned, there was a structural assessment done back in 2020. There is some structural deterioration on it. Recommendations were given, as Mr. Esparza mentioned. Do y'all have any questions
Also on that, just to let you know, so one thing that happened is we found some the concrete pieces on the ground. So what I did right away is I got contracted with A1 fencing to put a fence around there, and then we also did the ground sterilization to keep from our mowers getting underneath there as well. So we like everything else that happens around here, there's an issue that comes up and it's a health and safety issue. We act on it really quickly. So that's why that fence is there. And periodically we do get it sprayed, so grass and weeds won't grow.
And also, we remove that pipe.
Remove the pipe that was hanging.
Okay. As far as our three elevated storage out of distribution, there's three of them, of course, one on North Cameron, one on South Cameron, and one on the west side of town at the intersection of Cherry and Apple Street. Those do get inspected every year as per TCEQ rule and regulations by a third party. What they're looking at is the integrity of the structure of the tank itself to make sure there's no possible way of entry for any kind of contamination. If there's a hole on the roof or there's a leak on the bottom of the tank, things of that nature. Of course, they're looking also for the structure itself. If a leg is crumbling, if a turnbuckle is fixing to go, they'll mention that. But the main focus is the tank itself. Right now, we are in the process of having the south tank inspected. That is between the city, Verizon, as well as ICE Engineering. We do have a man lift there presently at the tower itself. They're actually going to start the inspection on Monday. I just got word of that today. We're hoping it was this week, but they're a week behind because you have Verizon and you also have AT&T towers there. We need to make sure, for safety reasons, that both parties have their sectors offline at the same time for safety. So we want to make sure everybody's on the same page while doing that. Once that gets completed, we'll head over to the north and then over to the west.
We also, so what we did, and the cost for the inspection, this is one tower, we're gonna have to do all three. But we got Verizon to pay the cost up front, and then we just, we'll credit them the rent that they pay us for about 20 months. And then we're gonna move on to AT&T and T-Mobile and try to get that same thing done on the other towers, so we won't have to have money out front to do the inspections. But the process will be the inspection, then any kind of repairs, we'll have an RFQ for repairs, and then contracting, and then actually getting the repairs done, which will include the painting and the maintenance and those things. But Demetrio has come up and found somebody that we're gonna be really seriously considering on a long-term investment to be able to not be in the situation where we are, where the towers need work and, they're way behind. And you wanna talk about that for a little bit?
Sure. Also, that was, like Mr. Esparza mentioned, and council, it's been a while since the tanks have been had any TLC. Back in 2002, 2003, through 2001, AWA monies, a grant, that's when that was done, or a bond, I'm sorry, not a grant, a bond, that's when that was done. So it's about time that we revisit that. And like Mr. Esparza mentioned, I was at a TRWA meeting in Mathis. A gentleman that his expertise is tanks was given a presentation. They are a one-stop shop. If you want a tank build, they'll build it. If you want it refurbished, they'll refurbish it. You want it clean, they'll clean it. He has been here in Alice already. He did visit all 7 tanks. We just don't have the 3 out in distribution. We have 4 at the plant. They're going to be here tomorrow and Thursday and actually climb tanks and give us a full inspection as far as what they see. Once that happens, they will put together a recommendation for proposal, and then also supply us with a maintenance plan, like Mr. Esparza mentioned. Their plan is either a full service plan, and it lists all the items below that, a contract service plan, or an inspection washout plan. They're not just doing the inspection for that year, they're looking at years ahead, at things that might need some attention 5 years down the road. They'll let us know before it actually fails. So that's what this outfit does or can do for us. Once we get some numbers together or back from them, I'll present them to Mr. Esparza, and we'll visit with them, and hopefully we can do some kind of business.
Yeah, once we get these inspections done, that'll give us a really good idea of what's gonna be required to rehab them, and then compare that to a maintenance program that we can contract with long-term, be able to not have these fluctuations, and, pay them a yearly amount, and they'll get all these done as they need to get done. So that's in progress, those projects.
Council, any questions? Mr. Medley?
No.
Mr. Molina?
How often do they get inspected? Or this-
Every year.
Every year?
Yes, sir. And we haven't set for October. You got to make sure you meet the calendar year anniversary to be in compliance.
And AWA owns which ones?
For right now, what I saw was the one on the west side of town.
Okay. And we owe the other 2. And you said that Verizon is helping pay for...
They're upfronting the cost of that inspection.
And which towers are they on?
Well, Verizon,
Yeah, Verizon's in the south.
for sure they're on the south tower, because that's the one that they're funding that.
Right now.
Yeah, T-Mobile's on the north,
Okay.
and there's nobody on the west.
Okay. Thank you, Demetrio. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, not right now. But thank you, Demetra, for everything.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Just curiosity, how long do you think it'll take to complete all of the inspections?
Right now, they're looking at 15 days just to do the south one. They're allocating 8 to 5, but with the temperatures the way they've been as of late, it might be more like an 8 to 12
Understood.
kind of a deal. So they're looking at 15 days
Per tower.
per tower.
Thank you.
Okay. I have one question, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
The firm that you're talking about that's coming on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Tuesday and Thursday of this week,
Uh-huh.
is there any charge, or they're doing that?
They're doing it for free.
And then they provide a cost?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, I just wanted to verify that. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Demetrio, for that update. This has been a concern from the citizens also. They asked, so it's nice to get these updates that we are working on it and we're moving forward with doing something for those towers. Especially, they hold, what, about how much water do they hold, or each one?
Each one, 500,000.
500,000? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much
And we got another 2 3/4 at the plant.
at the plant.
Yes, ma'am.
2
Thank you.
3/4 what?
Million gallons of water, already treated water, potable water,
Yeah.
ready to go out to distribution.
And those other 4 tanks you have out there?
3.
Well, we have one that's for backwashing our filters
Uh-huh.
and one for the clear water as part of the treatment process.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that update. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And moving on, no action on that item. Moving on to 7.4, discuss and possible action on additional improvements, repurposing, landscaping, and cleanup at Health Park. Mr. Beltran sponsored me with this agenda item, and we basically just also wanted to have, I know council gave oh, well, that's the other one, I better not. They separated them, but we did do some improvements, and it's been utilized. But I just wanted to see if, we've had some of the citizens wanting to utilize Health Park. I just didn't know if we had any plans for improvement there or additional improvements.
I don't have any. So, when Help Park became an issue for us, so for me, there was a problem with the concrete, uneven
safety.
concrete, and
Yeah.
the safety. So that got identified. And on my part, we used some unspent funds. We used our city crews, and we took out all of the concrete that was uneven and there was a safety hazard. Our parks crews and maintenance and construction did really well. They went out there, leveled everything out. We brought in decomposed granite, and we don't have a sprinkler system out there. And so then the other thing was, seating areas. We bought some rock for seating areas, and so made it safe, made it usable, and kind of that's where I stop on that. If there's anything else that you guys want, then you tell me and then we'll get it done. But, my goal is to make sure it was safe and usable as what it was there for as Health Park, and it is. So, yeah, I don't have any other plans on there unless you guys give me direction on something.
Mr. Beltran?
Yeah, I think my only concern is obviously having priorities and what are priorities and what isn't. I think we can probably touch on everything in the city that maybe can use improvements or not. But our concern is to make sure that we have a good priority list of what really is important and what isn't. And if something's deemed unsafe, make it safe. And I think that we've satisfied Health Park in that sense, making it safe. Now, at this point, what do we do with it? Do we move forward? Is it a priority? Is it not? And I think some of the most important things, obviously, is continue looking at our infrastructure, looking at our streets, looking at things like that. It's very difficult for sell a project of pretty flowers and pretty plants in a downtown area when we have aging infrastructure and we have streets and we have things that are major priority. So that's
Sent the flight of me.
that's kind of my take on that. If it's safe, and we need to, focus on other things. Now, if somebody in the community wants to volunteer and form a group, a committee, then by all means, we're all ears. If it's that much of the city needs help, and from our constituents as well. And if they have ideas, bring them forward, and that's kind of where that's at. But at this point, I think our priorities need to be kept in line. And, if it's safe, then it's safe, but I know Ms. Carrasco wanted to bring it up and talk about it, and I'm here to entertain whatever she wants to visit or talk about. So we just need to make sure we stay on our right priorities.
Mr. Molina?
I mean, I'm okay with the way y'all fixed it up. I just yesterday, as a matter of fact, I saw a real good friend of mine. Well, actually, he was a kid that I coached in baseball, and he lost his father, a couple of months ago. And they had gone Sunday to go bury the ashes, and they actually took a picture right there in front of a rock and oak tree. And I was like, hey, wait a minute, I know that background, But they literally got together there, like him, his mom, and his brothers. And I thought it was just really nice. Some people just drive by there every day, but compared to what it was, and yeah, the sidewalks are falling apart, the stairs, and I mean, we tried to do it as best we could. And like I said, as hot as things are, I mean, it'd be nice to put all kinds of flowers and all kinds of stuff there, but, flower beds just don't do well right now, but I'm okay with it, I agree with Councilman Beltran. Yeah, priorities is what it's about, I mean, and I've always been about that, about infrastructure. We've gotten behind on that, and I mean, if we want to talk about other parks, there are other parks that they kind of need a little TLC as well, I think we've given that park, about as much as it kind of deserves at this time, but that's just my take on it, and I'm glad we brought this up to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did notice that there's a few weeds coming out of that gravel there, so that I know you guys will take care of that with weed kill or whatever. But other than that, it looks really, really well. I know that Tejano Roots, we had that 2-day event here, and the children utilized that area very well with their cook-off for the kids. And just to see them sitting on those stones and barbecuing on those little bitty pits, it was wonderful to see them utilize that park in that way. So I appreciate all that. And I know the mayor's donated a bench that should be coming soon.
Yes,
And,
God willing.
Yes, and that's nice to have there when we put our Christmas tree up and they can see the pretty lights and sit on there. Those people that can't sit on the rock, such as myself. But no, there's some rocks that are pretty tall there too. But it's really nice, and I really like the floor plan of it. So thank you for getting that done for us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Reps?
It does look beautiful with the work done with it. The only concerns that I've received from some of the constituents is if you could possibly make it a little more ADA friendly. But that's the only comments I had for the park.
Well, something we did when we were doing that, talking about ADA, we had sidewalks in front of City Hall, in front of the parking lot that had been there, 7 years. They were cracked, and we have a sidewalk that runs in front of the parking lot, so there's access there. So we removed those and redid the curb there. That was, a safety issue that had been overlooked for 60 years, I guess. We got that done the same time we did Health Park.
Yes.
Our crews did some of that.
Y'all did it fast too.
Yeah.
Like it was like
We had a
one day to the
contractor
next.
come in to do the curb, but it was a combined effort with our crews and a contractor.
And mainly, I just wanted to make sure that, we just visited this again, and I understand priorities. Our priorities are infrastructure and streets and stuff, so. But at the same time, we did invest taxpayer money into making it safe and the aesthetics, making it beautiful. They've talked about wanting at least a little bit more seating area, but that the main thing is just maintenance of it, because the crushed granite has worn off in some areas, but a lot of people are enjoying it more than they ever have, and our goal is trying to revitalize our downtown. That's part of it, and that's why I brought it before council. Just, there was anything else that y'all like to.
Can we use those ARPA funds or no?
I mean, most of that's kind of allocated for infrastructure and not for
Oh,
for
okay.
parks. Which ones are you
He's
talking
talking
about?
about Ventura.
You was talking about downtown, and I'm like, oh, yeah,
Donation.
money, but, yeah, they're different.
I guess, if y'all want to try to do that, you can. That kind of has to go through,
No, I just throwing that out there,
Yeah.
because it's part of, she mentioned downtown, I'm like, well, okay, I know we have that there, but.
And it was mainly like I said, just maintaining that aesthetics. We've invested in that park, so, thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, and just, I get to be the messenger, so don't kill the messenger. But you have some people here that are here for agenda items 7.8 and 7.9, I believe those are the two items. They were wondering
We
if
can
the
move.
council- They were wondering if the council would agree to hear those items, since that's a business item.
Sure.
They have to get back to work.
Sure, yeah.
I don't,
Please.
council,
Were
y'all
those the
okay
agenda
with
items,
moving?
guys?
Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
7.8 and 7.9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water tower part of the park?
No.
No.
Okay, so I think what they're talking about is agenda item number 7.8 and 7.9.
Right.
We'll move to that, and then we'll circle back around to the other ones.
Okay.
7.8,
Madam Mayor,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna have to recuse myself on 7.8 and 7.9.
Okay.
I've already filled out the forms.
I didn't, okay. You have it? You have it, Odie? Okay, as long as you have it, I didn't see it, so. So, council member, Mr. Garcia?
They're right here.
Oh, you have
Even
it?
if there's
Okay,
Yeah.
It's just for our record keeping.
okay. Okay, so council member, Mr. Garcia will recuse himself from 7.8 and 7.9 due to a conflict of interest. And we have Mr. Jason Garcia. I'm gonna open the agenda items first, and then I'll call you.
She has more research on the record, but she actually lives in the area, so.
Okay, I'm gonna open them up, and then I'll ask you to step forward. We need, you're speaking on behalf of Mr. Jason Garcia, and once I turn it over, if you don't mind introducing yourself and giving your address. Okay? 7.8, discuss, consider, and act upon approving a final plat, North Stadium Road and Josephine Drive, being a replat of common area, Martinez Townhouse Subdivision, City of Alice, Jim Wells County, Texas, situated in Marcelino Lopez Survey, abstract number 281. I'm going to move on to 7.9 to open that also. That does have a public hearing. 7.9, hold a public hearing to discuss, consider, and act upon adopting an ordinance to rezone corner of North Stadium Road and Josephine Drive, Martinez Townhouse Subdivision, 0.19 acres, known as North Stadium Road, corner of North Stadium Road and Josephine Drive, from R5 Townhouse Residential District to 1C, or IC, Industrial Commercial District, as shown by and thereof recorded in map recorded volume 11, page 70, Jim Wells County, Texas. Mr. Lemon, I have a question. Since I opened both agenda items, one has a public hearing, and they do want to speak on both, how do we proceed with that?
Mayor, that they're entitled under statute now to speak on the agenda item. Really, the whole issue with the public hearing is it's a requirement to allow them to get up and talk. And that, I'm going to say, let's say that was an older vehicle, because on these types of items, the public was entitled to talk at a public hearing and make representation. So, based upon the changes to the statute and the public hearing statute, you're fine.
I wouldn't be violating any kind of, or do I have to officially then?
You go ahead and open the public
Okay, so, okay, then on 7.9, we'll go ahead and hold our public hearing. I will open it up at this time. It's 11:39 a.m. Okay? Yes, thank you, ma'am. If you'll
morning.
introduce yourself and your address.
I have a patient waiting for me.
I'm
and if
so
you see
sorry.
me fidgeting in my seat, that's why. My name is Cynthia Spence. I live at 121 North Triangle, which puts me exactly 2 homes from this lot. In regards to 7.8, I know it's the replatting request, and this, in fact, was in Atlas's request for their permit. And it shows not only this cell phone tower, but 4 future sites that are proposed on that same lot. So I'm guessing either this is gonna have a decision made today, or we're all gonna be back here over and over. So, Mr. Johnson purchased this property on July 27th, 2022, and on December 15th of 2022, signed a lease of memorandum with Atlas. And so those were all recorded items, and I have copies of those if anyone needs them. So clearly, this lot was purchased with the intent to do cell phone development on them. There was an easement granted to the City of Alice by the Cornerstone Baptist Church. I'm not sure where that easement falls in terms of these plans, but it certainly is a factor because that is still a matter of record. Mr. Johnson and Atlas Tower Group are proposing to do a lease for a location 40 by 40 feet, 1,600 square feet. This diagram shows 1,500. In any event, it cannot meet any of the requirements that are in the zoning ordinance. One of those being that a cell phone tower has to be 200 feet, 110% or 200 feet. The 200 feet is the greater, from any residential lot or any residential zone. There is no angle on that lot where that requirement can be met. Just absolutely none. If that cell phone tower tips over, it's going onto the residential one across from the ditch. If it tips another way, so that's why that provision is put in there by zoning, and it's in the zoning ordinance. All of the properties surrounding this are residential properties. And so the other items are under C1 zoning. There are requirements, and I don't know how this applies to cell phone towers, but if we're going to go ahead and strike this from the C1 ordinance, that's going to have to happen. It requires a 25-foot front yard, a 10-foot backyard, a screening wall of 6 feet, and an alley of 5 feet. Seems like a 40 by 40 lot is going to be consumed by all of that, never mind the tower that's supposed to go up on that. There are a number of other issues with this. For instance, the 4 townhouse lots that are on this, I assume you're all familiar with the diagram.
I don't have that one.
This one?
Ours shows.
Right, I took it out of the application that's on file downstairs. I'd be happy to leave this
Permit
with you.
application.
Well, we need it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways, I can continue while that's happening.
That's
if
fine,
that's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
didn't mean to interrupt you, I don't have that copy. I didn't,
There's also been preparation of other housing lots. We've noticed they've been mowing and clearing some of the lots on the other side of that ditch. So clearly, the residential area is going to, in fact, have residences on it. And I don't know if anybody's here representing that organization that's doing those townhouses, but it's clearly going to affect people wanting to live there. So all of these concerns, don't even begin to touch on my personal concerns that impact on my strong opposition to this proposal. The appearance and location of a 113 feet, I understand is now the criteria. I heard that being discussed this morning. FAA has limited to 113?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think 11:17.
So the aesthetics of that are horrible. It's going to be, if it's positioned at the rear corner of that lot, it's not going to be directly near me, but it doesn't meet any of those setbacks, so I'm not really clear. And the city has cleaned that ditch for a reason. There have been discussion among various real estate groups nationwide around the impact of a cell phone tower on property values. The overall consensus is that it will diminish the value of properties by 10% on average. So I'm looking at a financial issue here. I can also assure you, having sold real estate in the past, that if somebody's looking at my house with a cell phone tower a few hundred feet from it, and another comparable house, they are not going to buy my house. They are going to buy the other home that does not come with the cell phone tower. When I purchased my house 4 years ago, I was really excited to come to Alice. I chose to be here because I really love the city. And I put a lot of work and money into improving my house. I had no reason to believe that this type of proposal would even be considered by the city of Alice. There is not much value in a yard that is completely redone if the view from my backyard is of a cell phone tower. That's the condensed version. I've given you all a copy of my comments that have some other information in them.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
What is your address again, ma'am? I apologize. What is your address again?
121 North Triangle. So there's one house between me and that lot.
And your name again? I'm sorry, I don't.
Cynthia Spence.
Thank you. How do you spell your last name, ma'am?
SP as in Paul, ENCE, no R on the end.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Spence.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak in reference to these agenda items? If you could please step forward. We are still during the,
Open hearing.
yes, open hearing.
Good morning.
I own property all around there.
You speak into the mic? You don't mind?
I own property
Can you,
all the way around there.
And this is Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Jason
Jason
Garcia, I'm sorry. And the properties I own are directly across the street on 3 sides of that. For the past 15 years, we've owned the house on Triangle, and then the one facing Stadium. I've owned that one too, and then a townhome. And I've done work there for the past 15 years, so I receive 100 to 200 phone calls a day. Every time that I've been there, I've never had an issue with any cell phone issue there. Further east, yes, I have another property like on Newell Morningside. That is a dead zone. So my phone is not working. I have not received phone calls there, but I do a lot of work in that area with those properties for the past 15 years, like I said. And I've never had a problem, dropping a call or not receiving a phone call. So I don't see the necessity of having a cell phone tower there. Who's it going to benefit? I don't know. But that is my issue, because I do want to build some townhomes on that acre lot that is directly across the street from there. So with that in mind, wanting to invest money to bring in townhomes like that, that's just going to hurt. I don't think anybody's going to want to live there with that. That is a very tall structure, and I just don't see it feasible for helping anybody. So that's just my input and my thoughts on that. I didn't even know the other research that she had found. I just heard that today. Like, I just got this letter on Monday that we had a meeting on Tuesday, so I haven't even done any research on it. So it was just my input, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? If you'll just introduce yourself and your address.
Yes, my name is Consuelo Alvarado, better known as Connie Alvarado, and I can't remember when I moved there. I had the lot, and then I built the house on there. But congratulations to all of y'all, and I want to say that I have all the greatest faith in Mr. Esparza. I have gone to visit him at his office. Before I came here, I needed to get some information. So I did my homework before I came. But Mr. Esparza is, I don't know how he does it. He's so knowledgeable, and he lives in this town, and he cares about it. So he is doing a phenomenal job. But going back to this, I built a house there because I don't want to live in a congested neighborhood. There's, as strange as it may seem, that was an alley street. And when I built my house in the beginning, there was very little traffic, but now there's they don't want to go down Main Street, so they go down our street. And they drive 40 and 50 miles an hour, which I hate. And I care about that street, even though it is a stepsister to the regular streets. We're just an alley street. There's 3 houses facing that. And I love my neighborhood. It's quiet and peaceful. And getting older, when I drive to the stop sign, if they build townhouses there, I'm not going to be able to see what car is coming. And I don't want that. It's just going to be a spectacle there. And that cell tower, no way. I don't want it in our neighborhood. And even though we don't have many houses facing that street, Triangle is a part of it as well. And I just don't think it's a good idea at all. And by the way, the lady that spoke, we owe her a great thanks because she is an ex-lieutenant general, retired from the military. And we needed to thank her for her services protecting us. But going back to the cell tower, I don't want it there. I want my neighborhood to be peaceful and quiet. If anything, it would be something to put grass and just sitting benches or something so you could go and relax. But not 4 townhouses on that corner. How are you going to get that? That's so small. And that big old cell tower, I don't want it there. That's my opposition. I want it to stay as a residential, peaceful street.
Thank you. I apologize because I found under here some others. Let me see. This one has to leave, okay. All right, so there's someone that wanted to leave their information and their comment on agenda items 7.8 and 7.9. I agree with the agenda. I believe the city should keep moving forward. We should welcome all changes that can benefit us in the long run. This was Ms. Brenda Garcia at 1813 Cenicia. Okay, and then we have Gabriel Garcia, or Gabrielle, I'm so sorry. If you'll just introduce yourself, mention your address, and then you're speaking on both agenda items, or?
My name is Gabrielle Garcia. I'm the principal at Alice Christian School. We're located at 1200 North Stadium, which is at Cornerstone Baptist Church. So we're right there adjacent to where they're talking about putting the cell tower. Obvious benefit to having the cell tower there is just better cell reception in general. That's safety for my students, safety for the kids in our school, so that's really it. I just wanted to come and state my support of this structure. I believe that it would be a benefit to our school and overall safety and just function of our school in general. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Okay, and then I had Mr. David Johnson that wishes to speak also in reference to both agenda items 7.8 and 7.9.
Sure. So I did ask prior to the meeting starting. I have, in addition to me making a statement, I have a letter from a private citizen. She requested be read, and I just wanted to know if that was okay. Okay, so I'll start with her statement. She says, "To who it may concern, my name is Dr. Rebecca Poole, MD, and I am an OBGYN surgeon. My husband, Roger Ward, contracts with the city to provide IT support, emergency IT support. We are both considered, especially myself, emergency personnel to respond to disasters. For example, during the freeze of 2021, I had no cell service and the hospital emergency services had to coordinate me getting to the hospital, which would create a tremendous patient safety issue for the citizens of Alice, Texas. The cell service on this side of town is frankly abysmal, to say the least. Any and all efforts should be made to rectify this. I am in 100% favor of the tower on David Johnson's land and hope that it will eventually include all cell company services. As a doctor, I would like to remind you that when at risk, citizens cannot access emergency services and/or call for help. We put their lives at risk, and the ultimate cascade effect to their family livelihood is forever changed. My husband and I are in full favor of moving forward with this project immediately and recognize that not only is this side of town woefully undercovered with cell service, but it is also highly populated with the very people who respond to such emergencies. Not to mention, every citizen of Alice, Texas deserves to have ready access to cell services at all times. Please vote in favor of this project to proceed immediately. Please feel free to contact me at my cell. She provides her cell number if I have enough service to answer. It is sad that my husband has to install 3 repeaters in our own home just to get a little service, and I often must take hospital calls standing in the middle of the road. Respectfully, Dr. Rebecca Poole, MD, Roger Ward. Okay, I'll go on to my statement. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before council. In regards to this tower project, I feel in the areas of safety, health, morals, and general welfare, there are not any negatives that present themselves. The safety, health, and general welfare will be improved by programs like FirstNet, an AT&T system established post 9/11 that boosts cell signals to and from first responders in the event of a catastrophe or major emergency. Citizens will be given a more reliable connection to their loved ones and their immediate or vital needs. Individuals that work from home and surrounding businesses will also benefit. This area in our city lacks the current recommended cellular standards due to the lack of a tower such as the proposed one. According to census.gov, 1/3 of the citizens of Alice live within a mile radius of the proposed tower. The citizens will have a strong cellular connection to loved ones, doctors, medicines, first responders, their place of employment, local businesses, and more. This is about a positive step in building out a stronger infrastructure for the citizens of Alice. The proposed tower will leave us with a literal landscape seen in larger cities, cities that benefit from a stronger infrastructure. This is common in other areas. Even in Alice, we have the same cellular equipment on 2 of our water towers owned by the city, as well as existing towers similar to the one proposed, right here already in our town. But in the area of the subject tower, we lack this currently. When you turn off 44 onto Stadium, you have a house adjacent to a pawn shop. You have houses down Stadium that face the parking lot of a mall. You have townhouses that face a church and an empty lot. You have another church adjacent to an empty lot. This is not out of character for the area. We recently purchased this land, and we too plan to develop the remaining land as multifamily, but sometime within the next 12 to 24 months. The potential result, if Mr. Jason develops his, would be 3 sets of multifamily on 3 of the 4 corners at Josephine and Stadium. This tower would have no negative impact or hindrance on this area of any kind. But again, aside from the immediate area, it would benefit a large area and large population of this town. Our tax rate is more than that of some citizens living in Corpus or even San Antonio. We should at least strive to have infrastructure similar. This amenity should not be a question. We must build things like this. We must grow. We must catch up. We cannot afford inaction as a city. I'm a born and raised citizen of Alice, and I have made a conscious decision to raise my family of 5 in Alice. I, along with my family, invest heavily in Alice. The denial of this tower could and would only be a result from an antiquated mindset that seems to make an appearance from time to time in this city of ours. This tower is a technological and infrastructural growth for our city. I acknowledge the misconceptions centered around this issue, and I am sympathetic to them. Once the tower is built, the positive impact will still exist 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. This is an infrastructure that could potentially save lives. The opposite cannot be said. I would appreciate your support on this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and we have also on here, Michael Powers in reference to agenda item 7.9.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, almost.
My name is Michael Powers, and I represent both the applicant in the Planning Commission application, Atlas Tower 1, which is a company that's located throughout the U.S. with headquarters in Boulder, Colorado at 3002 Bluff Street, Suite 300, Boulder, Colorado. I also represent in part or in conjunction with AT&T, who is a partner on this particular project. Because Atlas Tower, as I will explain in my my presentation, will be the first carrier to actually install on the tower. Their participation isn't required at this hearing because Atlas Tower will be, if approved, we will be developing, owning, and leasing back the tower, space on the tower to AT&T. But nonetheless, you can assume that this project will move forward with AT&T. So I'm going to go through a pretty fast introduction to Atlas Tower, talk about the goal of the project. I'll talk about zoning and also regulatory, generally, both federal and state and local. And then I will try to address some of the specific questions that the public has raised, and I hopefully reserve some time to answer your questions. I'm sure that I won't catch every detail that you commissioners and mayor might have. So first off, Atlas Tower is a tower co, and in the industry that just means that we develop, build, and maintain and lease back sites, tower sites, and other types of infrastructure for telecoms. Very common business model within the U.S. and actually around the world. It does create, sorry, getting myself off track here. I wanted to dovetail that explanation to one of the questions. There was a question from the first speaker about whether or not there were going to be multiple towers. That is not correct. We're proposing to build a 113-foot tall monopole tower similar to a telephone pole but steel, and on the ground we're proposing to reserve space for additional ground equipment. This would be concrete pads on the ground hidden by a fence, and the equipment would be in containers somewhat similar to like a step-down transformer or some other type of electrical equipment that would be look ordinary. And in fact, AT&T at the corner of North Stadium and Josephine, maybe 100 feet from that corner, already has some of that equipment there. North Stadium Boulevard, thankfully, has fiber in the ground already, which is one of the reasons why this location was selected, because there already is AT&T infrastructure in this area. So the goal, of course, is to create wireless infrastructure to serve the community. This particular tower with AT&T will also bring advantages for FirstNet, for your first responder community, as well as support economic development. We heard about that earlier in this hearing, and also generally allow people to work and live and have all of the benefits of a modern community. And this area is lacking. Why here? This will give you a little bit more detail about how we got here and why this one is so difficult with the replat and the rezoning. Whenever we get an opportunity to build infrastructure for a carrier, the process is almost always the same no matter what the carrier is. The thing they care about the most is location. An RF engineer and a team of people that study your city and have extensively studied your city, not just based on what's here, but what does the GIS say, what does the zoning code say, what are your specific setbacks, where can we go, and where can we put these antennas in this structure in a place where it fixes the problem. That's generally described in a simple way. It's a circle on a map. So there's a circle on a map, and basically the conclusion is if we can get infrastructure within this circle, we'll be able to fix the network problem in that area and improve things. The circle on the map is a Venn diagram as well. It's like not an analogy, it's literally a requirement, because not only do we have to go within the circle, we have to find a place where the zoning allows us to move forward, and we also have to find a willing landowner, and we have to find a place where we can put the tower where it meets setbacks. probably missing a couple of other criteria, but there's a lot that goes into trying to site this infrastructure, and this process to get before you has many months of study behind it. This is not, this location was not.
Mr. Powers, I'm going to interrupt. Is there a time limit?
Oh.
It's up to you, Mayor, in regards to the public hearing.
Okay.
It'll be up to you. You can limit these comments.
Council, are you okay with?
7 minutes? I think I could do this in 7
Go ahead.
minutes. Let me try that.
Uh-huh.
In any event, we are here because this is where your zoning code is pushing us, but nonetheless, we're still asking for both a replat and a rezoning. So I understand the consternation, but we are here for a specific reason. This is a good location, and we do meet the setback that was called out. We're exactly 232 feet from the nearest residential home to the center of the tower, and we're 180 feet away from what appears to be a non-residential abandoned building. So we do meet the 200-foot setback, or 110% of the tower height, whichever is greater requirement in the zoning code. I wanted to talk about well, we didn't have, sorry. I wanted to talk about the zone, the approval process, both from a state and local perspective and a federal perspective, just to know that what sort of steps we go through for compliance for this project. Obviously, we're here because local zoning controls most of the process in terms of zoning approval, the replat, and also potentially a building permit. But we also go through a federal process where we comply with all federal regulatory rules and regulations and laws. And so in that context, what you might be interested in, what's sort of germane to this conversation, is that we did go through an FAA study, and we also worked with the FCC for compliance. On the FAA side, we essentially did a survey. We submitted what's called a 1A certification letter to the FAA's No Hazard to Air Navigation Committee, and that committee in DC or wherever they work did a study of whether or not that tower would be safe based on a whole plethora of criteria, but also one of the key criteria for that no hazard to air navigation is the location of the airport and, generally speaking, the height of the tower. Our original application was 150 feet, and based on that report, we reduced it to 113 feet. That was a specific height demanded by FCC regulations. So that did change the process a little bit in terms of compliance with your code, because now the distances of 110% of the tower, or 200 feet, are well below 200 feet. So 200 feet is the compliance need, and we do meet it at 232 feet from residential. Basically, these two items before you, the replat and the zoning change, are needed in order for us to move forward. So my comments apply to both, and perhaps if I have the opportunity to answer any questions, the same. But moving forward, I hope that you take the time as a group, as a council, to think about both of those before you vote, because obviously, if you deny the replat, then the rezoning is not going to allow us to move forward. In any event, I wanted to advocate for this. Obviously, this community needs it. It's been carefully studied. This particular part of your city is very lacking in normal coverage for not just phone calls, but also for data. I think some people that say that their phone works and they don't see an issue, it's because they're using their phone in a way that doesn't take advantage of all of the attributes of a healthy wireless communication.
Mr. Powers, I'm going to apologize, with the time that we've allocated.
Okay.
I
My apologies.
Yes, thank you.
I hope you consider voting in favor of these two
I
items.
just had one quick question.
Yes, sir.
You said there was a number there, like how far it had to be from residential to, what was that number? How many feet?
Yes, sir. So you're zoning.
Can I ask?
It's 110%, he's correct on that. And so it's the height of the tower, and then it has to be, so it's 110% from adjoining properties. And so that's what he's telling you. I mean, I haven't checked the diagram, but he's not incorrect in his.
The code specifically says the greater of 200 feet or 110% of the tower. So in this case, 110% of the tower is less than 200 feet, so the code requirement is 200 feet.
Got it.
We are 232 feet from the nearest residential, and that is something that if you wanted to see engineered or survey proof of, we could provide that as a condition of approval at any time.
And Mayor, there's one thing that I'd like to correct Mr. Powers. He just said that if you all didn't approve the plat, then you all could approve the rezone. That's not necessarily correct. The problem that we have with this situation, agenda item 7.8, is legally you all cannot approve. You all can't pass on. It's going to be my recommendation you deny the replat, because right now, as it's zoned, it cannot be platted to do what he wants it to do.
Right.
And so you're going to have to rezone it so that it meets, you're going to have to rezone it before it can be replat. Now, just please understand that that doesn't mean that your process can't go forward. It just means you have to have it in the appropriate zone before you can replat it with your setbacks and whatnot that you have generally under requirements under our residential zoning. You don't meet those requirements, so you couldn't have replatted it while it's zoned as a residential one, or residential. What is it?
R4.
R5. Okay, so.
Because it can't be
So
rezoned, it can't be replatted.
you can't put the cart before the horse. First rezone it, then replat it.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
If you reverse the order, would then the zoning code of the target rezone need to be industrial in order to allow this particular project? Because
have to do the
that's my
replat
understanding
first.
of the zoning
Yeah,
code.
John, you're looking at that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one. That's a good question.
It is my review, and I'm not an expert, this is your town, but that telecommunication structures of this type are only allowed on either city property or in an industrially zoned parcel.
You have this one here.
So there would be a conflict with the potential of developing multifamily in an industrial zone.
Now I see what you're
As
telling
there-
me. You're
as-
telling me is that you want to replat it, only rezone part of it.
Right.
Correct, because
Right, just that one
if you get one, you
corner.
can't get the other, and vice versa.
And Mr. Johnson said that he wanted to go ahead and have other development. He wanted to go ahead and have townhomes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that one, and I don't have the complete plat. All I have is what's there.
You're looking at what's going to be.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're looking at that as the whole thing, but it's that. It's not twice.
Okay, well, I take that back then. That's what I thought that they had denied it, is that you had it, but you're not going to replat the entire.
Yeah, he's looking at the permit that was, what was the drawing on the permit application. It's,
So the request, obviously,
Yeah.
you can deny, but the request was to carve out the triangle and put in the 1,500 square
I
foot
see, I'm
telecom
looking.
project in the
And
industrial.
And you're absolutely correct. I'm
Yeah.
seeing the permit for the construction. I'm not seeing
The replat.
Yeah, the replat. And so
Right.
you're absolutely correct. It's the carve out first.
And if I make one comment, the awkwardness of this sort of attempt to get an approval is pretty much driven by the zoning code in this city, which only gives two codes that allow telecom, city owned parcels and industrial. That is, in my experience, very unusual. Typically, you would have some height restrictions, but telecom allowed. in commercial zones or on residential lots that are bigger than 1 acre or 5 acres. There aren't very many places in your zoning code menu that allow us to bring telecom to your community as it's written. So that's why we're bringing this somewhat convoluted application to you.
Okay.
It's driven by your code.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize for taking too much time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We still have the public hearing open, so anyone wishing to speak, yes, ma'am.
It got canceled.
Oh, I'm so
So
sorry.
this is the map, the city map of that lot, and the proposed townhouses are right here. Over here is owned by the Baptist Church, and it is zoned residential. It is not zoned anything else. Over here is residential, over here is residential, and no matter how you slice this, if in fact in 12 to 24 months there's going to be townhouses here, they are not going to be 200 feet from the cell phone tower. This distance is approximately 300 just for the scale. So there's no way they can multi-use the existing parcel. And it's just, I think it's just, let's put up the cell phone tower, then we'll deal with the residential. These people would lose the ability to put residential lots on here if the zoning ordinance were enforced. And I assume that that zoning ordinance is pretty fixed in stone. Yes? So I will leave that for you also. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to add a comment to the gentleman. I am not antiquated, and I want my neighborhood to be safe. And in regards to all the factual information that the telecom did, I'm sure that in the south side, there's other areas that they can place the cell tower safely. Behind the mall, and I know he doesn't own that property, or I don't, maybe he does, or down the street, going towards Texas Boulevard, there's empty lots there, which would cover it. I don't want it in our area. Please consider that. Thank you.
I mean, to reiterate, I think Atlas Tower has done all the legwork in researching the zoning restrictions and code to present this before you. I don't think there's anything that have been overlooked or any zoning restrictions that we could potentially be taken into consideration. I know there was a little hiccup there, but it seemed to have gotten ironed out. And again, they have identified this area as the ideal area for the tower.
Hi. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm sorry, I missed part of this, and I originally said that I didn't want to speak, but I was thinking about it, and I feel like maybe my
You're
perspective
fine.
could be
It's
heard.
a public hearing, so you're
Okay,
good.
so,
You identify
I work
yourself?
from home.
Yes, ma'am.
My name and my address?
Yes.
Madeline Webb.
Oh, we have you.
Yes, 1801 Claire Drive. So I work from home. I've got 3 small kids. I'm often working from my phone. Well, almost always working from my phone. Right now, my computer hasn't worked in 6 months. I am constantly, I'm all over the neighborhood, following my kids around, taking a work call, doing a Zoom call. I am constantly losing service. I am missing calls. I'm having calls that don't even show up. Like people telling me they called me. And I'm missing out on work because of that. And so I drove around, I drove by this spot. It looks like a place where you would put a tower, like a cell phone tower. I don't think that I would love it to be in my backyard, honestly. I just don't think it's that much of an eyesore, truly. I don't notice them when I drive around town. I think this is kind of a silly debate, and it's a great spot for it. And it would benefit myself and a lot of my neighbors. I reached out to a lot of people. This is a hard time for us to get to a meeting. But the response I got from everyone was, yes, oh my gosh, yes, oh my gosh, yes. Our service over here is awful. Our service is awful. We need a tower. So that's just my 2 cents. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Jan Irwin with Jan Irwin Real Estate. I wasn't going to speak, but hearing everyone talk, no one's in denial of needing the coverage. And where Madeline Webb lives and where Dr. Poole lives, those are Santa Rosa and Claire. Those sites have always had a lack of communication. Their cell phone tower usage is terrible. I have officed and lived within a quarter of a mile radius of this location and have never had an issue with reception coverage in that general area. When you go traveling further east towards the Claire and Santa Rosa where Dr. Poole lives, yes, you will always have a challenge where Michael Esparza lives, where Mr. Lemon lives. Those areas we know, and we're not denying that we don't need cell phone coverage. We need towers. But do you want them in your backyard? Ms. Webb just said, put it in my backyard. Then go do it. Rezone Clare Street and the corner of Sunset, right across the street from the golf course. If you're not going to put it in your backyard, then don't put it in these people's backyard, because that is not where it belongs. But there is a place where it belongs, and that's why it does not belong in residential, and it needs to be zoned industrial, and that is not an industrial location, period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else wishing to speak on these two or this agenda, I'm sorry, 7.9, you're welcome to step forward and speak. If there's no other residents or citizens that wish to speak on this agenda item, I will be closing the public hearing at this time. It is 12:20 p.m. Public hearing is closed. Okay. Mr. Thomas, do you have something to speak in reference to 7.8, sir?
So I'll give you our agenda summaries for agenda 7.8.
Do you mind coming so that the people
Sure.
will, because I don't, or unless they put the camera that way, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, agenda 7.8, which is the replat.
Mhm.
Planning and zoning, we took it to Planning and Zoning Commission on the 13th, and it was denied. The recommendation from them was to deny that application. And agenda item 7.9, which is the rezone, we had a public hearing on the 13th at that same meeting. There were 22 letters that were sent out. We had 3 that were opposed in writing, and then we had a couple visitors at the meeting that were there to oppose as well, and in favor as well. So kind of the same response. You had a little bit more response here at this meeting than you did. There was you got a little bit more in depth from Atlas at this meeting than you did at the Planning and Zoning meeting, but the recommendation from Planning and Zoning was to deny the application. That's all I got.
On both 7.8 and
7.8 and 7.9, yes.
Okay.
And the people that came in for the meeting that spoke on it, did they oppose or are they for it?
At the Planning and Zoning meeting, you had about the same. You had some of the same residents that are here today were here at the Planning and Zoning meeting to speak their minds as well.
How many letters went out and how many came in?
22 letters were sent. 3 of them came back, or not came back, but 3 responses were
Opposed, though.
Opposing.
Opposed.
Am I allowed to ask anything from here?
The-
No? You're out of order.
I
I was
closed.
gonna ask him if,
We can't ask
first-
a question.
if it would benefit first responders.
Yeah.
Do you want to allow him to?
Would y'all, council, are you okay if he speaks?
Fine,
I just wanted to ask, Mr. Patrick if, in his opinion, if it would benefit first responders.
I wouldn't have an educated response to that, to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, council, any, on 7.8, in reference to the final plat, do you have any other questions or discussion? Mr. Beltran?
You know, the tower, there's no denying that we probably need service. We live in that area as well. And we just have a responsibility to the city, to our constituents, and to our planning and zoning boards that are in play. And that's the evidence that I use. to be able to
Okay.
make a determine, to be able to determine what we're gonna do.
This is in reference to the replat,
Right.
7.8.
You opened them both, or are we discussing both at the same time?
We're
She opened
good.
both of them.
Seven, I opened
Yeah,
both.
both.
I was gonna do 7.8 right now.
Oh, okay. I
Any
think we did
discussion?
both.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Molina?
Well, you can't have one without the other, right?
It feels like it's the.
So we're talking about both because they're both open.
Yeah, and I'll clarify is that where I was incorrect is that in the diagram that I've got, I assumed that they were gonna replat the entire triangle. But actually, they only want to replat the northern portion of that triangle. And just where I say what the northwest portion of that triangle and replat that portion into industrial. So for them to do what they want to do, he's absolutely correct. He wants to replat it first and then go ahead and.
Right. But also, so, and they're separate items, a replat, so, I remember the replat was denied at the planning and zoning. But if it gets replatted and it gets overturned and it's approved, it still stays R4, okay? It's just two tracts of land that are on your agenda, small triangle and then that other section, they still say R4, but they are separate items. But they both were denied, from the planning and zoning. Because the second item is a rezoning, once it's cut into two parcels.
Right now, we're talking about discuss, consider, and act upon approving a final plat, North Stadium Road and Josephine Drive, being a replat of the common area and what we talked. So right now, we just addressed that and discuss and if there's any, whatever possible action. Okay. Okay. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I never heard why the replat was shot down. I mean, did they have to give a reason? Did they not? I mean, it just said no to everything.
It was probably all part and parcel from what Patrick had said.
I was on,
You had the same presentation, the same response, and so I think the reasoning for the, and I'm just, it really wasn't spoken, but I think the direction that they were going was that the Planning and Zoning Commission did not agree that this should move forward, and so by denying the replat and the rezone, that was their recommendation.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing because it's backwards. Sorry.
You read on the running, Mr. Molina. It is confusing and it wasn't correct what we did. I mean, you're right. What you're thinking is right. That's what they should have done. They should have had nothing to do with it, right? I mean, you can say it.
I mean,
So if we were to approve the replat and it still stays R4, both sections,
It would still stay R4 unless you all approve the rezoning.
and then if he were to, and just assuming that it's denied for the zoning, that replatted area would have to be replatted again if he plans on using that part as a whole.
Depends on what he's going to use it for, Ms. Bowen.
but all we're talking about is just cutting that .9
Cutting
acre
that
off. and
corner off.
This item here.
This item.
Right? Am I understanding that right?
this is the replat.
But the whole purpose they want to cut that item, cut
Is-
that corner off,
Is
is
for
for
that.
the rezoning.
Right.
As Mr. Powers made it very clear to us.
Do they even want to go through with this if we don't know what's gonna be the outcome? I'm sorry, I'm just kind of going in circles here, but
Well, that's what I'm
'cause
thinking.
I don't have a problem if somebody wants to just, cut off that part and say, I want to do something with that, but, it's hard not knowing what's on the other side. You follow? I know Michael does, but.
Yeah, they're separate agenda items for that reason. Do they want to continue having two R4s? But right now, it is, I think, 4 townhomes with a common area, and that was replatted back in like 2005 to allow for that. Still R4. And so if it's not gonna move forward on the rezone, I don't know if they want the replat anyway, so that's.
We have the cart before the horse now, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. That's
yeah,
it.
we definitely-
Mr. Powers is raising his hand.
Yes.
May I make a suggestion, procedural suggestion? And the suggestion is, I've done a lot of these hearings. You might consider taking a straw vote on both and then decide what to do, because it may not make sense to do one and not the other. But that's just a suggestion.
Well, I know in the past, when Patrick would bring something forward, we usually ask, he usually says they're replatting this to build a Dollar General or whatever. I mean, we can ask that question during
Yes.
this agenda item.
Yes.
You know, and use that knowledge to make a determination
Yes.
as well.
The confusing thing here is that we opened both of them, and that's where I'm
Well,
kind of.
and whether, and look, and that Mr. Powers is, and as I said, he made it clear to, at least to me, that this is a cutout, and that this small cutout, that we need that cutout because that's all that the property owner, or all that we want to rezone is that one thing. And
Right.
getting that cutout replat, our rezoning's contingent upon that, because we're not trying to rezone the entire triangle, the entire area. And so, however you all want to consider it, but what Ms. Bowen said is that you all can deny it for whatever reason you want to deny it, the replat. But if you deny the replat, they've told us, well, then, you know, the rezoning isn't, you know, the whole reason why we want to replat is just to rezone. And so, unless you replat it, then we're not going to rezone it.
Right.
Because otherwise, the application is to rezone that small triangle.
Right.
So if you don't replat it, then it's a nullity, okay?
So you're telling me during the application process, they did not state what they were using for that
I am
corner?
not telling you anything, I don't
Oh.
know, Ms. Bowen.
Okay.
I don't know what went on there. I think they understood what they were doing. I think they understand the process. They're like, hey, look, we want to come in and we want to build a cell phone tower in this area. That they partnered with Mr. Johnson. They said, okay, well, the cell phone tower isn't going to take the entire property. He's like, I still have investments in the rest of the property. So they're like, fine, we can cut out this triangle and have that rezoned industrial, and that's where we'll put our cell phone tower, and you can keep your residential. I think that's really all the process that occurred. And that's just my estimation, my opinion,
Yes,
based
sir.
upon what Mr. Powers has said today.
Yes, sir.
So
And I had a misunderstanding.
So based on, you know, carving that corner, making it industrial, and moving forward with an R4, with that tower being there, what, could they still do?
They could always come back.
Would
and
it
try-
qualify
They could always
based
come-
on,
They could always come back and try to rezone it again.
but would it meet the recommendations of it having to be a certain distance from an R4?
And it's not necessarily the type of lot it is, it's the structure.
Right, so the structure being that
The answer
close.
to that is yes. Yeah, just say yes, John. I mean, it's not complicated.
But this agenda item right now, I mean, it's just about that just cutting that
Just that
piece off and
corner.
saying
Just
this is
that.
it.
It's 7.8
Who knows
is
what's on the
about
other side of the
cutting-
fence?
replatting that piece of property.
Right. And we don't know what's on the next agenda item.
What's on
That's
the next
thing.
agenda item, you all can approve or deny 7.8 for whatever reason you want to, as long as it's not prohibited by law, and generally, those are civil rights things.
I think what Mr. Beltran's trying to say is if you replat it and then you do put the tower there and it does get approved and he does want to build townhomes on that adjacent property of that triangle, will it be within that 200-foot range that they quoted that it has to be?
And that's on him, that's on Mr. Johnson. That's on Mr. Johnson. If he's prohibited, if this is rezoned,
Right.
and he is prohibited based upon the structure that's been placed on this property from doing the residential, he can't. Okay, he can't. And so then that would be on him, and then he'd have to look at other uses for the property and have to just sit foul.
Can I say something?
They've allowed, so yes.
Yeah, and based on everything that I've researched and everything, like looking into code law, I don't believe there will be any restrictions for future development on the remaining piece of land that I'm left with. So I'm comfortable with the project, knowing that I can still develop the remaining acre, 9/10 of an acre, whatever's left.
Right. That was my concern, whether you still would be able to do something with an R4.
With the distance, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, based on the research, yes, sir, we've done, we can move forward. Yes,
I think,
and meet the
I mean,
requirements.
Do you know for a fact, or do you believe it?
no, I think there could be restrictions when
it's not
pulling a
what you
permit,
think, it's
but
what
I
you
think
know.
what I've researched, I mean, I wouldn't take anything, you know, for face value when there's a permitting process and zones and setbacks.
Well, what do you know?
What I looked up is that I'd still be able to develop the R5. That's what I know.
R4?
R4,
Is it four?
R5.
What,
Oh, it's a R5, not a R4?
Yeah, it's an R5 type townhome.
Okay.
But this
But
agenda
it's
item has,
current- But it's currently R4?
It's our fund.
Or what? Okay, I just want to clarify, sorry.
But this agenda item has nothing to do with the rezoning. This is what.
Yeah,
what I'm
right
stumped
now-
on right now. We're all talking about this.
Right
We
now,
haven't
we're
gotten
just
there.
doing the plat.
So
Yes,
if we
sir.
say, yes, let's go ahead and do it, fine, they got it now. Now it's time to go on to something else. And if it says no, well, then what?
He claims he can still do something on it.
Well, we'd have to go back, right, to
No, I
P
mean,
and Z or.
I mean, the functionality of the piece is so close to the creek that there is no utility use, I mean, there's no great use for that piece regardless. So if it is replatted, I mean, the setbacks and the relation to the creek, the flooding, I mean, there is no great use for the property. This is the best use for the property. So if it was replatted, given this little corner, this, I forget what it is, 1/10 of an acre, there would be no need to construct anything other than this specific use. So it would not harm me if this was replatted. The remaining 9/10 of an acre would be enough to develop.
Can I say something? I live there in Triangle, and I think that little corner would be a nice little park area for the kids, benches, like my neighbor said. Our kids walk through that sidewalk to go use that blue court that they have at the Baptist church, and we can see our kids walking. You put something like that or another building, that blocks our view. And then like Connie said, when she's gonna turn or go either way on Stadium, whatever you put there is gonna block our view.
But that was, but we're
So
not,
as a homeowner, that's my concern. I can see my kids, I could see down the street, I could see what's going on without having all this equipment there. They already have AT&T stuff there, and it's a hazard because when our kids walk through there, and there's a lot of foot traffic there with kids.
not to interrupt you, but like, we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about this agenda item. It's kind of, we have.
Right now, it's platted for townhomes, and townhomes can be built on,
Yeah.
right now it's 4, I
Right,
think.
can be
So it's platted that way already with a common area around.
Right.
And there's a little setback, of course, they have to have setbacks on the quarter lots. But it is platted for development on that. And I guess it's, Patrick was saying it's R5?
That's correct.
Yes.
But that's-
And this replat removes the common area and those 4 townhomes and just divides this into 2 parcels. That's what the replat does. Nothing to do with any zoning, so just, they're separate items.
Okay.
But, ultimately, it did get denied at the planning and zoning twice. And the question would be to the property owners, if it's gonna get denied on the rezoning, would you still wanna replat it? Because, then it's gonna go from,
But thing is, and I know this, but we're not supposed to know that, right?
you can,
John knows, right? This is why it's, kind of frustrating.
Yep.
Mr. Beltran said that
that's it.
we have to do what's for the betterment of the community, that we need services. And I totally agree with that, but why not someplace else? There's gotta be another place in Alice where they can put a tower there.
But thing is, Ms. Alvarado, like, I don't know, I can converse with her now, but we're not talking about that. Right now, we're talking about what's in front. That's already been said.
Yes,
As,
Mr. Lemon.
as our city clerk has pointed out to me, that we've been out of order. You closed the public meeting
Yes.
back at 12:20. And so,
That's why I asked, do y'all want to accept?
So I think you have the portion of the meeting you have open right now is council discussion in regards to agenda item 7.8, which deals with
Okay.
planning.
So right now, council, if there's no further discussion or questions in reference to 7.8, I'll consider a motion on 7.8, agenda item 7.8. And this
Well,
is in reference to a final.
Actually, it was my turn to speak
Oh,
after
I'm
Pete
sorry.
done. No, I'm just saying, and I would like to speak my piece.
Well, it's been long.
Yeah, because we took off and started talking about things. But,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is a really tough situation because, this is business, and we have friends all over. It's a small community. I was born and raised here. It's whether it's an educated decision or a flip of the coin, somebody's opposing, and that's the hard thing about it. I could easily say I have no problem with it being there because I work on the east side, I live on the west side, but I have horrible phone service. But it's not for me to say, well, hey, I would put it on somebody else. I mean, maybe I wouldn't have a problem in my backyard, but it's not about me. It's about the people in that area, and you know, and I know, you know, you have the mall out to one side, and then you have an area, kind of like the Johnsons, you know, would say that, hey, it's probably just made for something like that, because they're, you know, I know I sell insurance, and that's a flood zone, and there's some issues there, but by the same token, you know, we do have a planning and zoning committee that they're kind of like the gatekeeper, they're kind of like the pre-screeners, and we usually follow their lead. It's not here because we wanted it here. It's here because there's a process that it has to come here for us to kind of give it the blessing. And normally a lot of these are just real simple and not as you know, complicated, I should say. But at the end of the day, I do feel there's a place for that tower. It might not be in that area, but with all due respect, you know, there's just some things I have to do sitting up here. If I could have recused myself, I would have, just because it's a tough decision to make, because I want everybody to win. I want everybody to be happy, and that's my spill. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought I had given everyone a chance. I'm sorry.
So is it my turn?
We ran around there for a little bit, and it's
Yeah.
okay.
I too would love to be, step out on this one. It is a very hard decision to make, and we are a community that, you know, my goal is to bind us together and be one great, strong community that supports and helps each other. Now, I am not one to stop development, you know. I think development increases our economy and it builds up, you know, our morale, you know. I mean, have people coming from other places to come to our community to live here, to invest in our community. So regarding, you know, locations and stuff like that of a cell tower to speak of, you know, I don't see, you know, city property to put it on, maybe at our lake or somewhere to serve that area. I appreciate everybody that came forward, you know, for and against, and those that have reached out. You know, that's our job, is to listen to our constituents and the citizens of Alice on especially stuff that's, you know, going either way, can go either way for them individually, and we discuss safety, and that's always been my priority, is safety for one. But yeah, bottom line is, you know, that we have to keep in mind that this is a very, very hard decision to make. Regarding the replat, you know, I don't see a reason why it cannot be replatted legally, you know, I mean, but there's so much different factors into it, and I guess that's about it for now. I mean, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate everybody's time here.
Well, I thank everyone that came forward to speak on behalf of these two agenda items. And I agree, it's not easy, especially in a smaller community. We all are friends, or we know each other and stuff, and we have to do up here what's best for our community, what's best for the area. So I guess it's not easy, but it's something that we were tasked with. So we have to take everything in. We heard the opposition, we heard the support, and I will leave it now, council, to entertain a motion on this agenda item.
But this is just on the replat, right?
This is in reference to the final plat. Yes, sir.
7.8.
Yes, sir. Council, I will ask again, just for a motion on this agenda item.
Yeah, guys, and Mayor, if I can remind you guys about the 30-day rule. If you don't take action on it, then it's, the replat's automatically approved. You don't approve it or deny it. So, and that would be once it's sent once it comes to council before 30 days after that, then, well, if we haven't, you haven't taken action one way or the other, then it's automatically approved.
So no action means approval.
Yes, sir. de facto.
It doesn't die on the table.
No, sir,
No.
not with this item.
It's not like in P and Z where they can deny it or approve it.
No, we need to deny it or approve it. Right, we have to move.
Make
to
a motion to
approve
either
or
deny it.
right?
Well, you don't have to, but if you don't take any action, it approves it after
Okay.
30 days.
I'll ask council again just for a motion. I'll entertain a motion for 7.8, agenda item 7.8 at this time.
I mean, I don't have a problem with a replat.
I was gonna say, may I make a motion, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the final replat and No Stadium Road and Josephine Drive being replatted of the common area Martinez Townhouse subdivision, City of Alice, Jim Wells County, situated in Macerano Lopez Survey, abstract 281.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay. Motion passes. To Mr. Beltrane and the other two in favor. Okay, moving on to agenda item 7.9. Council, if there's no further discussion or questions in reference to 7.9, I will entertain a motion on this agenda item at this time. Council, again, I'll just ask for a motion at this time on agenda item 7.9.
So, John, I'm not in favor of this at all.
If you take no action, guys,
I just want to make it clear that we have a responsibility to our P and Z and our constituents. And I understand that the service is needed. We do. And I don't see it there. I don't. And, I just, want to put it, we have a responsibility, to our constituents. They're the ones that dictate, and they live there.
If I can ask you, Councilman Beltran, so are you making a motion to deny?
I'm making a motion to deny.
All right. So, Mayor, if I may, the council members made a motion to deny, so then you would need to ask for a second. Deny approval of the rezoning.
I'll entertain a second. Do we have a second on the motion that is on the floor?
I second it.
Okay. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Okay. Thank you. And then we'll move on. We left off. I was gonna ask, do y'all want to have like a 10-minute recess?
Yet.
Huh?
I'm gonna order lunch, so if you
What?
one more.
Huh?
You wanna go order lunch now?
Well, I was gonna say, do y'all want a 10-minute recess, or y'all wanna just finish?
Is there anything from public?
We're gonna have another public hearing, open a public. So,
Unless y'all want to take a break.
Yeah, let's take a
I'm
quick-
okay.
let's take okay. We'll take a 10-minute recess. It is 10:48, and we'll be back at
I said 10:48, 12:48. We'll be back at 12:58.
Just say one.
Meeting is at recess.
You ready? Okay.
we missing Nellie?
Mayor, are you gonna go back to the?
Yes, just to that.
We
end,
got three.
And then we'll
We'll
just,
take those.
all right. Welcome back, everyone. It is 1:07 PM. We will reconvene our council meeting. We will go back after, where we left off on that one agenda item. We left off, there was no action taken on 7.4. 7.5 was discussion, update, status, and possible action on outlots on Highway 44. Again, this is something that I just wanted basically an update. I know that council gave direction last time to bring back some plans or suggestions and
Well,
stuff.
part of it was to work with the school. And we, those kind of negotiations kind of fell through. We had,
Okay.
there was, talk about the type of material that we're gonna use back and forth, and so we're kind of out of that loop now, and now we're maintaining them, keeping them clean.
Okay.
We don't have water to all of them. Some of them we have to run a water hose, so that's
Yeah.
kind of an issue also. So right now, what we're just gonna do is try to keep them as clean as possible. If you guys wanna do something else, let me know. And we can try to make that happen.
Okay. Was this also part of the wayfinding signs or something?
Yeah, we were gonna look at that
Discussions
also.
on that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We don't have anything on that end yet.
Okay. So basically, right now, we're still
Yeah.
in the process of
Yes, ma'am.
research and, okay. All right. So council, if you have no other further discussion or anything, are y'all okay with moving on with no action?
Sure.
And waiting for another meeting where he can bring us the plans and updates?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 7.6, presentation, discussion, and implementation of archive social software for mayor and council.
Jim there?
Mr. Esparza, then IT will be presenting?
Yeah,
this?
Jim's gonna be
Okay.
presenting this. He's gonna take all of 2 minutes.
Okay.
Right, Jim?
2 minutes.
2 minutes of passing out paper.
2 minutes, okay. We have a short video starting now.
Done.
You can run the video.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Social media allows government agencies and
over there.
school districts like yours to inform and engage your community in exciting new ways. But did you know every time you post as a public institution, you're creating a public record? That's right. In all 50 states, social media content is considered public record, which means you're required to retain and produce that content upon request, including all the comments and replies people add to it. But once something is online, it's there forever, right? Unfortunately, no. Social networks have no legal obligation to keep or provide records. And if you can't produce those records, you could face damaging legal action or erode your community's trust. Fortunately, there's Archive Social. Archive Social is a complete social media archiving solution built specifically for public institutions. It connects directly with today's most popular social media platforms to automatically and continuously pull all your content from all your accounts into one secure archive, including technical metadata, ensuring every post, comment, and reply is securely archived, in context, every time, all the time, regardless of what happens to it online. So in the event of a request, you can provide complete social media records that meet all legal and compliance requirements in seconds. And as a 100% cloud-based solution, you can be up and archiving in under 20 minutes. So you can focus on keeping your community informed and engaged with peace of mind. Contact us today to learn more.
We already have this, by the way. We've had it a couple of years. But we've been doing the Facebook pages for the city stuff, our own, but the council really needs to connect their Facebook page to this as well, so that it gets archived, so we can produce it when it's requested. And there's a little bit of a difference between a Facebook profile and a Facebook page. Profile, we can't actually get everything we need because it doesn't put the comments and stuff unless it's something posted by you, for example. But if you make a Facebook page, call it your official Facebook page for your council or whatever, then we can get that archived correctly and get everything pulled if we need to or whatever. It's not like we go through it or anything. It's just, it archives it all, then we can do a search and pull it up and present it to somebody if they need it or request it. So we were going to send some instructions to y'all on how to connect your Facebook page. We don't need to know your passwords or anything like that. You'll get a link. We'll let you connect it up. So then the system will be able to archive it. So that's the short of it.
Council, questions? Mr. Garza?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowen? No. Thank you. Mr. Molina?
I'm okay. Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Vidal?
So you're saying for us to create a Facebook page, you wouldn't have one? And if, or
No,
on,
if you do have one that you're in your official capacity, and you create a Facebook page and you're gonna communicate on that, then we need to have that linked,
Okay.
and that way it'll be part of the, open records that,
I'm terrible at social media.
if you don't have that, then.
You're fine, yeah.
I'm horrible.
Yeah.
I don't,
I mean, if you need help on any of this, just let us know and we'll.
people to call, yeah, I mean, I might do it and, yeah. Thank you.
This is just for social media, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll be sending some emails with some more information on that, just so you'll get a better idea.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of curious, like, because when I go in there and I create it, it's based off my main page, but I did one for Mayor Cynthia Carrasco. I don't have a problem, he's public, but I just not sure, like, as far as, like you said, passwords and link, I mean, how does that work?
Well, you'll get a link that will connect you to Archive Social, so that you can connect that Facebook page, your official page, to it, so that that's where you put your password in and all that stuff. We won't ever see that, but then that lets it archive all the information, because it's almost real time. It's probably within just a few minutes of you posting something, it's already archived and stuff.
Okay,
So, yeah, if you have any questions, let me know.
all right.
Thank you, Jim.
No comments, legalities, anything?
No, I mean, look, it's a tool.
Public
that's-
record.
It's a tool that assists you all to keep public information. That I don't want anybody to think that we've had people complain about council members' use of Facebook and whatnot, but the Attorney General, knock on wood, because now I'm gonna invoke it, and they're gonna prove me wrong, but the Attorney General, in the last several years, have never said that we violated open records and the things that we've provided through Facebook. You just have to determine, and Jim's, you have an account, the easiest way to do it is if you have an account as a council member, as the mayor, he's gonna send you the link, you do it, and it's very simple, there's not anything, and you got me turned up, because I moved my microphone. It's like, see, that's what I was there for, I'm like, ah. But, the reason, it's just like how you used to back up your data. How you used to have your, your scan disk or whatever, that you take your computer and just back everything up on it periodically on a tape drive or whatever the heck it was. All this is it just goes to the cloud. It just categorizes it and takes it, and then they can.
It just makes it easier on staff if there's a request and it's somewhere where it's, you can extract or whatever.
Right,
Okay.
right. Save a lot of time for that.
Okay, sounds good. All right. If we have no further discussion or questions in reference to this agenda item, there doesn't ask for any kind of, it's just a presentation, discussion, and implementation, so there's no,
No, he implemented it, the city manager implemented it a few years ago when we were having some issues in regards to data getting lost.
Okay.
So he was very proactive into the future and went
Okay.
ahead and
Well, and it's just what the video said, these social media platforms delete something, then we're out of compliance. And so we need to, I'm not, same thing like Councilman Beltran, I'm not on social media with all those things. So, but we want to be in compliance, and you guys that have this, that have social media official pages in your official capacity, we want to be in compliance, and be able to pull those if we get an open records request. Right now we have to ask you for it, and we want to be able just to access it and send it off.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 7.7, discuss, consider, and act upon authorizing city staff to submit a grant application to the Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, for up to 50% reimbursement for the purchase of 8 bulletproof vests under the fiscal year 2023 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Program.
Thank you, Mayor. And Lieutenant Enrique Saenz is here to talk about this item. And Barbara usually assists here, but she's out.
He's gonna get away from it.
Well, welcome.
I'm here in place of Chief Garcia.
Okay.
And I'm in here in place of Barbara. The Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program is a U.S. Department of Justice initiative designed to provide bullet restraint body armor for sworn law enforcement officers. The grant awards are for 2 years, and there is a 50% match. In some past funding cycles, the grant program has had a limit of $800 per vest. Therefore, in addition to our 50% match, we may also have to provide additional funding. Our police department has participated in the program since 2001, and during that time has been awarded $88,343. May 14, 2023, the police department received an updated quote per vest of $899. For the 2023 funding cycle, we are going to apply for 8 vests at an estimated total vest cost of $7,192 and estimated shipping of $38. 50% match of the $7,192 plus shipping will be requested in the police department's fiscal year 24 budget. And applications for the fiscal year 2023 Bulletproof Vest funds are due June 22nd.
Oh, it's around the corner.
Yes.
Okay. Council, any questions or discussion? Mr. Beltran?
No, I think they're great programs. And thank you for working on that, Safety of our officers is always a key. So anything for that, we'll do it.
Mr. Molina?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
How long did you say we've been doing this?
2001.
Yes.
2001. That's
Mhm.
great. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Garza?
It's $899 per vest, and the max is $800.
Well, that's been in years past. We're going to see what will be approved.
Okay,
So in years past, they only covered, I think, 800, so we're gonna see.
so assuming it stays at just the 800, our cost would be $499 per vest?
Pretty much.
Okay, awesome, great. Oh, and thank you.
Anything
Anything to help the officers. Yeah, absolutely.
Anything helps.
Hey, Enrique, appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Council, if there's no further discussion or questions in reference to this agenda item, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to authorize city staff to submit a grant application to the Office of Justice Program, Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, for up to 50% reimbursement for the purchase of 8 bulletproof vests under the fiscal year 2023 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Program.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, council. Okay, and moving on to agenda item 7.10, I will have to recuse myself, and I do have a conflict of interest on this agenda item, so Mr. Molina, if you don't mind
Not at all.
taking over on 7.10, and I'll step out right now.
Okay.
Don't forget to come get me.
Nope.
Can't do it without you.
What's that? No, I'm good, I'm looking it up here. Okay. Okay. All right, agenda item 7.10, hold a public hearing to discuss, consider, and act upon adopting an ordinance to rezone 1028 Pierce Street, 8.077 acre tract being out of Farm Block 153, Alice Farm Blocks, from a no district to a B4 business district as shown on the plat recorded in Volume 1, pages 62. Map records, Jim Wells County, Texas, said 8.077 acre tract being out of a 9.05 acre tract consisting of two tracts known as Farm Blocks 153-G and 153-H, being described in a deed recorded in Volume 143, pages 223 to 225. Deed records, Jim Wells County, Texas, and further described as Exhibit A, survey legal description of property.
Mr. Molina, before you open the public hearing, just want to inform you that the Planning and Zoning Commission continues to work with the property owner and has recommended to table the item to allow them to narrow it down a little bit more what
Got it.
what they're going to do.
I read that.
Yeah.
So do we need to do the hearing anyway, or no?
That's
You
probably a job.
can just ask for a motion to table that.
Okay. Have a motion to table, please?
Motion to table.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Mayor,
Mayor?
bring her back in here. Thank you, Patrick.
That was an easy one.
Mhm.
Thank you, P&Z. I guess our guy has more information.
They're gonna make them- Mayor? You get to sit down.
See how quickly we did it?
I took off. Okay. So,
Public hearing.
okay, moving on to agenda item 7.11, hold a public hearing to discuss, consider, and act upon adopting an ordinance to rezone 621 East 4th Street residential R4 to Business 2 District, tract being Alice Townsite Lot 12, East 1/3, Lot 11, Block 37, looks like inches. Alice, Texas. Yeah, they have two.
It's the end of the quote.
Oh, the quote, I'm sorry. So Block 37, correct. Correction. Alice, Texas, Jim Wells County, Texas. Okay, so at this time, I will open the public hearing. It is 1:25 PM. Okay, anyone wishing to step forward and speak on behalf of this agenda item, you're welcome to step forward at this time.
I do, Mayor.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself and give us your address.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joe Torres. I'm an attorney. I represent the landowner, Luis Garcia, address 1600 East Main. This one's easy. It's non-controversial, and it's not going to take, I didn't keep track. It was a long time. To make it easy in the, I'm just want to fill in little details. But the Planning and Zoning Commission approved it, and City staff approves it as well. But in the P&Z meeting, they provided us with a map. I don't know if you have that map. Just for perspective, it's a county jail. Right across the street from the county jail is a proposed lot they want to rezone. And to kind of show the character and use of the.
Mr. Torres?
Yes.
May we get a copy, council members?
Oh, sure.
Do not have a copy of that in their packet?
You can attach it to your packet.
Oops.
Don't do that.
Thank you. Okay, I apologize for.
Oh, no
the
problem. So I think we're all familiar with the area. You have the Sheriff's Department on Cameron. Across the street, you have the jail complex. And then on the north of that, you have the lot that's proposed to rezone.
It's an empty lot right there.
It's an empty lot. Right now, it's empty. The only thing there is a tree. So it's taxed as an empty lot with a tree. What's beneficial for this proposal is that the owner wants to build a building there for use of business. They're going to build an office there. And it's probably going to be a bail bonds company, which is consistent with the character and use of the area, because a block south of that, there's a bail bonds. North of the proposed area is the parking lot of St. Elizabeth School. And what's useful here is Mr. Garcia also owns the adjacent lots around this proposed lot. So I think it's a win-win in terms to consider. It's a win-win to consider because instead of just having an empty lot that's taxed as an empty lot with a tree, the property value will go up and it'll generate tax revenue for the city as a developed land. See? Didn't take an hour. Any questions, anyone?
No one, any questions? No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else wishing to step forward to speak on behalf of this agenda item? The hearing is still open. Mr. Thomas, do you have anything as far as letters or any
Yes,
other additional information?
For this agenda item, we had a total of 19 letters that were sent out. We did have one response, and it was in opposition.
What is this?
Sure.
The red?
Yeah, what is that?
That's the two.
Yeah, there was only one letter in opposition.
I'm sorry.
Out of the 19 letters that were sent out, we only had one response in opposition.
Okay.
Sorry, we had one response.
One response that was opposing. Didn't give a reason why, and there should be a copy in your packet.
I don't
How many
see
were?
it.
19 were sent out.
There's nothing.
Planning and zoning did recommend approval.
There's no letter in here.
There isn't?
I think I read the notes from the other ones. It's on there.
You got a copy of this.
So out of the 19 that went out, how many, one said no, everybody was good with it?
Everybody else was just no response.
It's been active.
These are right across from the jail, 3 lots that are right there, and this is a corner lot where they're proposing to build a structure.
I believe there's a wooden sign advertising.
Yes.
And a tree.
And a tree.
And a tree. Does the tree stay?
The tree
Yeah.
stays?
It stays, all right.
That's my birthday. What? I said that's my birthday, they signed it. Oh. Are y'all waiting for the notes or?
Sure. The letters.
Are y'all ready? Or the letter? Oh, okay.
Why wouldn't they give them a-
What is the,
they could
Patrick,
give a reason, right?
what is the recommendation of the P and Z?
The recommendation from planning and zoning was to approve.
To approve? Okay.
Yeah, just
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
a note
you.
without a reason.
Yeah.
So it'd be one of these persons, probably, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no one else that would like to speak on behalf of this agenda item,
So it'd probably be across the street.
no one? I will close the public hearing. It is 1:31 PM.
That's across the street from the sheriff's department.
Council, if there's no further discussion or questions in reference to this agenda item, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we move forward on the rezoning on 621 East Fourth from residential R4 to business B2 district in Alice, Texas.
Does he have to give the description or not?
Yeah, that's town of LT 12 East, 1/3 LT, L Block 37, Alice, Texas, General County.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, council. Okay, moving on to agenda item 7.12. Discuss, consider, and act upon authorizing a resolution to approve an offer to purchase tax sale property, suit number 18-06-17220-BA pasture, 714 East 6th Street, Fremont, Texas, also known as the north half of lots 3 and 4, block 459, Alice, City of Alice, Jim Wells County, Texas, as described in volume 1250, page 466, official records of Jim Wells County, Texas.
Mayor, Council, this is a tax foreclosure sale. If you look at page 140, it'll show the breakdown of the offer.
Yes, sir.
There we have a problem.
Uh-oh.
The agenda item addresses 714 East 6th Street, Fremont, Texas.
Yes. Well, I was wondering if it was Fremont, Texas, because when I looked at
You don't,
That's a bidder's address.
that's why I was like,
we
it
don't.
was in Jim Wells County.
Yeah, I was wondering why it was.
Yeah.
So what are we doing?
Okay, well, that's a nice sentiment to say that's the business address, but that's not the way it's presented
In the agenda. Okay.
On the
I think it's
in the. Say a purchase tax sale property, suit number 18-06-17220-BA, Pastor, 714 East 6th Street,
Yeah.
Fremont, Texas. It's
Yeah.
not saying whose mailing address is, whose owner's mailing address is. It identifies that as the physical address
Yeah,
of the property.
okay.
Yeah,
And I
I recommend we
don't even
table
think
this.
there's a East 6th Street
Okay.
in.
Mayor, make a motion, we table this agenda item.
And bring it back with correction.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second to table this agenda item. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, bye-bye. Okay, so agenda item 7.13, discuss, consider, and act upon entering into a multiple use agreement between the state of Texas by and between the Texas Department of Transportation and the City of Alice Police Department to permit the construction, maintenance, and operation of a public ALPR on the highway right-of-way, State Highway 44/Jim Wells County 341, control section number and 27.77-112-9803585, and authorize the city manager to sign all documents necessary to finalize the agreement.
And Mayor, Council, the police chief isn't here today, but Lieutenant Sines is gonna help with this one. We've been working with TxDOT to be able to have that, an agreement to work on the right-of-way and put some equipment on the right-of-way there on the Walmart side of town.
Right, it's gonna be right there at the corner of 341 and 44, well, in the median. Through discussions with the city manager, I learned the poles belong to the city and the electricity as well. Reached out to TxDOT, they confirmed that, but what they want is some kind of agreement between the two, because they still own the right-of-way.
Okay.
And we're gonna be mounting those ALPRs on their right-of-way. And HIDA is donating those to us at no cost.
Who is?
HIDA,
What exactly
a
is it?
high-intensity drug trafficking association or something, I forgot the A. But we use the LPRs on a couple of our cars. I've seen the trailer out there. We have another trailer coming and some more stationary ones. And they do assist us in a lot. We've recovered stolen vehicles. It keeps a whole track of your sex offenders coming in and out of the city. The stationary ones that we'll put at the parks will keep us, let us know when they're in and out of the park, because it shouldn't be there.
Right.
So this was something the chief worked on a while back, and I just came in to kind of finish it up. But this is all TxDOT really needs, is an agreement between us to have them put it up.
Okay.
Council, any questions? Mr. Ventana? Mr. Molina?
What does ALPR stand for? I'm sorry.
Automated license plate reader.
Cool.
So
Didn't
they're
know
like,
what that
if
was.
you ever been to the checkpoint, that's what they're gonna put.
Right, right.
Check your speed,
Going east and westbound.
check the license plate,
Okay, thank you.
number of errors, things like that.
Mrs. Bowman, do you, no questions? Mr. Garza, any questions?
A curiosity question, how long does the information that y'all get, do you keep?
We don't keep it, HIDA does, we have access to their site, and I don't know what their retention period is, but it's, we don't own it, they do.
Gotcha.
It just takes the front?
Sorry?
It just takes the front license plate, or?
It's gonna read both back and front. Well, they're gonna be pointing east and west, so generally you'll get your back license plate going and your back license plate coming. So that's what the LPR trailer does for us right now. And not a lot of plates are on the front, so you miss a lot of traffic.
Okay.
Pick it up on the moped there on the back.
Right? Hopefully we'll find it.
Thank you, Vicky, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion, council? If not, I will entertain a motion at this time for 7.13, agenda item 7.13.
Mayor, make a motion. Enter into a multiple use agreement between the state of Texas by and between the Texas Department of Transportation and the City of Alice Police Department to permit the construction, maintenance, and operation of public ALPR on the highway right-of-way in SH-44, Jim Wells County 34, or JWC 34, control section number 27.77112-9803585, and authorize the city manager to sign all documents necessary to finalize the agreement.
And that was James County 341? Okay.
JWC.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 7.14, here status report on May 2023 month-end financial statement, summary of funds, and delivery of May 2023 check registers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I thought I was going to say good morning, but we're fighting through it, so good afternoon.
Hey, Gabriel.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll begin. The financials for the 8th month ending May 31st, 2023. Our general fund revenues are $9,782,106 year-to-date. Our property tax budget was $1,970,000, and we're showing $2,734,196. Exhibit B, we have our M&O and INS of 2023, and it's showing $3,915,327, so basically spot on from previous year. Going back to Exhibit A, we have sales tax was budgeted at $4,064,000, and we're showing $3,732,289 through the month of March. Exhibit C, sales tax budget versus actual, and this includes the month of April. April's collection was $564,996, or basically $57,000 above target. 2023 budget was $3,556,000, and we have an actual of $4,297,285, or $740,000 over budget. Exhibit D, we have our actual 2023 versus actual 2022, and year-to-date, we're $737,000 over previous year, roughly. Exhibit E, we have our general fund expenditures. Year-to-date, we've expended $9,578,371. Exhibit F, we have our revenues versus expenditures for all funds. Our general fund, we're showing $203,735. Solid waste is a negative $86,978. And the utility fund is sitting at $386,387. Just to give you Exhibit G, just to show the comparison over previous year where that puts us. General fund last year was at $158,473. This year we're at $203,735. Solid waste previously, we're at negative 442,701, and now we're at a negative 86,978. And utility fund, last year we're at 152,900, and now we're showing 386,387. So for the most part, you can see our funds are doing better than they were previous year. And those are expenditures, our financials for the month of May.
Council, any questions? Mr. Garza?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Mr. Molina?
I'm good, Gabriel. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Beltran?
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
good? I wanted to ask you on Exhibit A, you showing year-to-date 37, 32, 289? And then on the other end over here, I just wanted to see on the collections, sales tax collections, you're showing 297, 285?
Because we have, that's including the month of April.
April.
So again, that
You
the
haven't-
3,732, that's, we didn't, at the time of this, we didn't have the funds in place. We knew what they were. We find out between roughly the 6th day of the month to the maybe 11th.
Okay.
So we know what those collections will be,
Okay.
but we don't report it in our financials until we actually get it. So that's what that disparity is.
Okay. And I do have questions. on-
Check request?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
so
ma'am.
sorry.
And again, I know y'all heard me 2 months in a way, but, in a row, but we're working on that, and it looks good this month, but I want to give it one more try before we release it to
I have
y'all.
faith in you.
We're
I
getting there,
do.
it's there.
Okay, let me see where it's at.
If you could just give me the check number, I apologize.
That's
I
what
ran
I'll
to find
do,
it.
yes. I wanted to know, let's see, is it this one? The 170820? And the 170819 and 20?
Galls, that's for the ballistic shields for the PD, the 114,000.
Oh, the ones that we were trying to do for the, okay. Yeah, you'll be, it'll reimburse us. And then the
Or which,
19,
19? Oh, okay.
right above it.
That was our, for a PD unit, we made our first payment on it, 46,000. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that one gonna be, is that just out of our budget?
That was one
or
of
that-
the capital lease program that we approved.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. And then I was like, can we find a good deal on chemicals and gas?
Did you notice on Corpus meetings? that They said the same thing. We had just talked about the month previously. They were talking about chemicals, how much it's hurting them.
That's
So,
crazy,
yeah,
right?
We're all in the same boat, unfortunately.
Now, on the 170905, 170905.
Repairs, it's repair work, repairs on unit 226 and 227.
That's, okay.
Those are brush trucks, fire trucks.
Yeah? Okay. Great. I think that's it. I appreciate it.
Okay, good. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then, okay, so we will move on to agenda item number 8, executive session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, the City Council will now recess into executive session, closed meeting to discuss the following. The City Council may enter into closed or executive session to discuss the following pursuant to 8.1, consultation with its attorney, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding an update on litigation involving the multi-use facility. 8.2, consultation with its attorney, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding the powers and duties of the Alice Mayor and City Council. It is now 1:47 PM, and we will enter executive session at this time.
was embarrassed.
Mayor?
I was so embarrassed. Anyway, okay.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Yes, thanks. Okay, so we're back from executive session. Well, there is no action to be taken on that agenda item or those agenda items. So we'll move on to, do I have to state the time?
It was 4:02 when we came back.
Okay. You marked it, okay.
4:02.
Okay, so agenda item number 10, we will move on to that, and it's adjournment, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Meeting is adjourned. It's 4:03 PM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.